Good evening. I'd like to call the September 29th, 2015 Longmont City Council meeting to order. This is a regular session. Could we please start with the roll call?
Yes, Council members Mayor Coombs.
Present.
Council members Bagley.
Also here.
Christensen. Finley. Finley. Levison.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Santos.
Here.
Mayor Coombs, we have a quorum.
Okay, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Anyone wishing to speak at first call, public invited to be heard, will need to add his or her name to the list outside the chambers. Only those on the list will be invited to speak at first call, public invited to be heard. Speakers who do not place their name on that list will have an opportunity to speak during the public hearing items this evening or at final call, public invited to be heard on any item at the end of the meeting. So now we have the September 8th minutes to approve. Do we have any questions for Councilmember Finley?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I move passage of the minutes.
Second.
All right, let's vote. That passes 7-0. Valerie, are there any agenda revisions?
Yes, Mayor Coombs, we need to add the 2016 budget presentation and public hearing as item, D under general business. It was sent out ahead of time, but after the original agenda went out.
Okay.
And then we also need to pull item 9I at the request of the applicant. We're pulling it entirely from the agenda.
Okay. Great. Is there a report from the city manager?
No report, Mayor, Council.
Okay. So now we have a proclamation that I'll read. It's a proclamation designating October 2015 as Community Planning Month in Longmont. Joni March, Director of the Planning Development Services Department, and other members of the Planning and Development Services Department are here to accept the proclamation. So I'll go ahead and read the proclamation, and you guys can come down and give a speech. A proclamation designating October 2015 as Community Planning Month in Longmont, Colorado, whereas change is constant, community planning and plans can help manage this change in a way that provides better choices for how people work and live, and whereas community planning provides an opportunity for all community members to be meaningfully involved in making choices that determine the future of their community, and whereas the month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the U.S., and whereas the celebration of National Community Planning Month gives us the opportunity to publicly recognize the participation and dedication of the members of the Planning Commission and other city planners who have contributed their time and experience and expertise to the improvement of the city of Longmont, and whereas we recognize that many valuable contributions made by professional community and regional planners in the city of Longmont, and extend our heartfelt thanks for the continued commitment to public service by these professionals. Now, therefore, I, Dennis L. Coombs, Mayor, by the virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim October 2015 as Community Planning Month in the City of Longmont, in conjunction with the celebration of the National Community Planning Month. So please come forward if you'd like to say something, Joni. Feel free.
Mayor and members of council, thank you so much for reading the proclamation. We have invited the Planning Commission to stay as well for a photo op with the mayor. For the month of October, last year we did a couple of events. One was a bike ride with Mayor Coombs. And we also did an open house. This year we have some events planned. We have a photo contest that we're going to link to Envision Longmont so people can submit photos, and then those might be in the final document. We'll have perhaps some prizes. We're also going to do a walking tour of the First and Main area with all of the activity going on a couple different times. And we're also putting together a scavenger hunt that will pull together everything from a historic preservation to all aspects of the city and give both adults and kids something to go do and report back to us on how they did. So thank you very much, and I'll ask everybody to come up with me to get their picture taken.
All right.
Sandy, I have one in my truck if you want to go and get it. Yeah, please do. That just takes a spark. It just takes a spark. But I have one of those. I can bring you the front of the seat. Yeah, I can stand anywhere. Really, Michelle? I'll just hide out. What's up, Chief? All right, we're going to do a couple I thought it was. What's up, Ninja? Gotta have a little fun.
Well, I think before we get started with first call public invited to be heard, I think I owe Mo and Arik a public apology because I was supposed to meet with him outside the library at Saturday at noon, but at the same time, my wife was leaving on a trip to go to Steamboat Springs, and I kind of had to be there to make sure she had her bike packed up right and all that stuff, and air was in the tires, and she had everything she needed. So, I had no way of contacting him, so I felt bad that, I wasn't able to make that meeting. But anyway, that's all I can say. So I guess the first person on the list is...
Mayor Coombs?
Yeah, yeah. Yes, yeah, just a second. Okay.
Mayor Coombs, I think our city attorney needed to talk to you before.
All right.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. Before we started first call, public invited to be heard, I want to take this opportunity to remind Council about the procedural posture for the Renaissance appeal, which is later in your agenda. At our meeting earlier this month, Council closed the evidentiary portion of that appeal. And so if there were folks to speak in public invited to be heard on that subject, I would advise Council to disregard those comments, that your decision must be made at the evidence presented at the hearing. You would have the option to augment the record, but if you were to do that, the code provides that the appellant, applicant, and staff would have an opportunity to rebut. So you can make that decision when the agenda item is called later tonight, but want to make sure I advised you of the implications of testimony that might occur during public invited to be heard.
Okay. Councilmember Levison?
Thank you, Mayor. I was trying to catch you before you took the photo, but I wanted to acknowledge that we did have a recent loss from Planning and Zoning Commission, Melinda Yale, who did yeoman's work for several years on the commission, and I just want to acknowledge that I'm so sorry that she wasn't able to be with us this evening to get some acknowledgement of her role and dedication, many hours and years of dedication, not just to planning and zoning, but to other committees, and I know very active in our HOA. So just want to give a shout out and honor Melinda Yale.
Okay. Hey, the first person on the list is Georgetta Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Georgetta Johnston, and I live at 619 Kimbark Street, and this is the third time I have spoke. I haven't spoken in a while. My husband has came several times, telling about our landlord selling our duplex, and selling his house, and us having to move, and this was going on in May, and so now it's May, June, July, August, September, starting in October, and we still haven't found a house. We've been looking, dealing with the housing, affordable housing, housing authority, our center of disabilities, the realtors. We've looked, and this is getting very troublesome. I've lived here 70 years. Tomorrow will be 71. And I love Longmont. I don't want to move out of Longmont. And I've been married 53 years, have 2 children, 8 grandchildren, and 6 great. And I feel like that some way there ought to be for us to be able to get a house. With my husband's health, I'm not able to really get out and work anymore. So I feel like for some reason we're just not getting this. In May we packed up. We've still got stuff in storage. And this is very uncomfortable all around our house. And so I still feel like there's some way, there ought to be a way of helping us. I know different ones said they were helping us, but we haven't found anything, and we've looked and looked and looked. So I guess I'll pray for you all. Beautiful, Longmont is a beautiful town, and it's not just for the rich, and to be homeless, almost a homeless. Our landlord tells us that, one of these days I'm going to sell this, so you need to find a place. And so we've been working, looking, and he's been real nice, but living, moving's a mess for everybody. So I just wanted to bring this again, and my husband was going to come, but he wasn't feeling good after dialysis today. So I just wanted to say that real nice. And some way there's got to be a way for it to work us out, because we have volunteered for 30 years in this place, in this beautiful town, my husband and I. And there's got to be a way, because this is not a comfortable situation to be in. So thank you very much for hearing me, and I hope some way, somehow, something will come up soon.
Okay, next up is Christine Steyer.
Hello, I'm Christine Steer, and I'm here to talk about homelessness in Longmont, or really everywhere. And there's no shelter here. And there should be a homeless shelter everywhere. Plus, there should be a homeless shelter not just for the winter, but for the summer too, because you're homeless all year round. And what I've noticed in the situation that I got myself into, thanks to some people, I've been homeless from Denver, Longmont, Colorado Springs, Florida, and back here. I was in a tropical storm even. And what I've seen, it's like everyone looks down on homelessness and what the people look like. Well, they don't have a place to shower, so they're dirty. There's nothing wrong with them. They're the most giving people ever. It's like trying to get help. It's like, ooh, get away from me. And I'm just here to take a stand thinking there should be a way to get a shelter, and a shelter that you don't wake up in the morning and have to leave at 6 o'clock in the morning and you can't come back until 4:30. Well, if you don't have any money, where are you going to go? You're going to go on the street. You can't find a job. You have no clean clothes. And I'm here to take a stand, and I want to help the people. And I know there's a way for the budget to fall in if you didn't have people that took advantage of the system that have, kids that aren't theirs or whatever, taking advantage of getting their food stamps and money. There would be help for people that are truly trying to live. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Moen Arendt.
I'm told, so I have to pick this up. Thank you, Mayor Coombs, council members, my friend Susan. Sarah, I'm sorry. I keep repeating the same mistake. This is God's decision. If you go to church, if you believe in God, you gotta make a decision. Right now. 12 people died in last season in Boulder alone. 12 people because they are frozen to death. I have no idea what happened in Longmont. It could be me, anytime, any day. Please, you are decision makers in this room. Quickly. Homelessness should not be an issue at all. At all. I'm not reckless. I didn't become homeless because I'm reckless, no. There were circumstances that forces me to be that. Thank you.
Terry Benjamin.
Good evening, Terry Benjamin, live at 621 Gay Street. Here, a couple of issues I want to touch on tonight. The first one, briefly, is the conservation easements issue you guys are going to look at a little bit later tonight. It is a tremendously positive step to lock down our open space to help deal with the pressures that are going to be put on that property over the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years and beyond our time. Another 1 million people moving into the northern part of Colorado in the next few years is just going to create more development pressure. So whatever you can do to lock that down, let's get her done. And you guys will look back over your shoulder thinking you did the right thing. The other one, I've been up here quite a bit on the affordable housing issue, and tonight I just wanted to say thanks. I mean, I've read through the budget memo Harold sent to you and what Jim sent to you for tonight to look at what's going on with the affordable housing funds. And it looks like right now staff is recommending about $325,000 into that fund. And if the property taxes come in high, I think their first priority for some additional money is to put about another $175,000 into that. It's $500,000. That's great, great work. And I just want to acknowledge that, although the budget's not passed, keep going and keep working on that issue. Second is you got other things, other tools, other arrows in the quiver coming at you in October around targeted inclusionary zoning and some of the things the consultant was working on, the easement issues. And so you're going to have another opportunity to really take some policy level kind of issues and direct those in a fashion where they will be impactful on these issues that people in town are struggling with. It's amazing, the struggles people are having. It's heartbreaking. And it's also, it's kind of ironic, it's planning month or something here. And so you've got the comp plan going on, Envision Longmont, and that's going to deal with tons of land use issues and other regulatory issues you folks will be looking at that are going to also impact the opportunities for people to create housing that is as affordable as it can be. So thanks and keep up the good work is kind of my message. I know it's a big, hard, gnarly issue, but if we can get things going, get some money underway, we can kind of make a difference here in town for a lot of people that are struggling. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And staff, for that matter, Harold. Thank you all.
Okay, Rick Jacoby. And he will be followed by Joan Peck.
Short. There we go. Well, good evening, Council. Thank you for letting me speak. I wanted to talk to you real briefly about the capital improvement plan as it now stands before you get into the whole budget fiasco here. I questioned some of the funding priorities. I was looking at it, and one thing stood out to me. There was a new project I saw listed for $1 million that currently stands to be fully funded if the budget passes this way, and it's for improvements in a railroad crossing at First and Emery Street. We all want the turkey plant revitalization to go forward. I think that's really important for the whole city. But I always thought that when big project developers come through, they're supposed to help with infrastructure upgrades. I feel like we're giving them a $1 million subsidy. And so I think that's something we should look at. This wouldn't be enough to get me down here to talk to you, except that there's something else on the CIP, another project. This is also about railroad crossings. This one has been on the CIP for 9 years. It's been underfunded, and this is for quiet zones. I live in the historic East Side neighborhood. I live at 419 Collier. And I can tell you very well there's 6 crossings between 3rd and 9th that are all getting louder, and now they're getting more frequently loud. It's becoming more of a problem, and it's not going away. The most recent city study on quiet zones suggested that for as little as $1.2 million, essentially what we're going to be paying for the First and Emery upgrade, you can get quiet zone from 3rd Avenue to 9th Avenue inclusive. That would make trains quiet from the apartments that are going to go in all the way up to Mountain View. I feel kind of like, frankly, I'm getting the shaft. It's kind of like the way Longmont's been treated by RTD. I've been paying taxes to Longmont for 20 or more years. This has been a problem for years. It's been recognized for more than 9 years on the CIP. And now that my tax money is going to a developer for a project that isn't going to impact me, it's going to help somebody else. So it's kind of the same kind of analogy, and that's what really brought me down. A quiet zone would help over 700 households in the historic East Side neighborhood versus the 200 apartments or so that are going to go in down here by the turkey plant. It would also help adjacent neighborhoods such as Kensington and Kitely. It would probably quiet things in downtown. It would certainly help Columbine Elementary School. I don't know how those kids study when the train is blaring literally right outside their windows. It would help in Collier Park. Have you ever tried to play tennis in Collier Park when the train's going by? You have to stop, put your fingers in your ears. It's not bearable. So I simply request that you consider funding quiet zones for this next funding cycles. If you can find money, $1 million for a developer down here on First and Emery, you can find money for your taxpayers to do this. Thank you.
Joan Peck.
Hello, I'm Joan Peck, 1935 Spruce Avenue. I'd like to reiterate what Terry said and commend you for allocation affordable housing funding, but I'd like you to take it a little further and incorporate a homeless shelter in that, because that problem just keeps coming up week after week, month after month, day after day, and it's not going to go away. So we should absolutely look at some type of a homeless shelter in our city. The other comment I was going to make, I don't know if I can after the city attorney said it was going to be about the traffic mitigation around the Renaissance building, apartment building. Okay. I was approached by some of the people living over there, and they're really not as concerned about the apartment complex itself, but about the traffic mitigation on Clover Basin Drive. The school district has done their own study, and they admitted that it was flawed. So I think that the traffic study should go back to the city, because it's actually a city problem. All along that Clover Basin is a lot of construction going on, and we need to have it looked at as a city problem, as a school transport area. There are kids that are going to be trying to cross Clover Basin from all of the development on that side, and there is no way to get across it. They're going to have to walk all the way down to Airport Road. And if the school district decides to put a traffic crossing guard there, then perhaps they'll have some help. If not, they're kind of on their own. So there's a lot of concern, and if you have not had the chance to sit down with the people or walk the area to actually see what they're talking about, I suggest that you do that. Councilman Moore, that is your ward, and perhaps it would be, and maybe you've already done that, but it might be worthwhile just to walk through. There are a lot of driveways or streets that are going to be totally blocked off because of the traffic through that area. So thank you, and I hope you take this into consideration.
Rick Countess?
Mayor Coombs, members of City Council, good evening. I'm Rick Acanis. I reside at 2027 Creekside Drive in Longmont, Colorado. And I'd like to take this opportunity tonight to weigh in on the conservation easement draft template that you'll be discussing later this evening. Before I get into that, though, I'd like to publicly thank Dan Wolford and the City Attorney's Office for all their hard work. They did an exceptional job on this particular document. And though the Park and Recreations Advisory Board has not had the opportunity to review the draft language prior to it reaching you, I believe the draft is quite comprehensive, and I, as a private citizen, endorse it fully, with one exception. In the conservation easement draft, Section 2B governs subdivision of a property, and it states, quote, any division or subdivision of title to the property, whether by physical or legal process, except to a public entity for public purposes, is prohibited. Now, that's all fine and dandy, but I personally find the phrase for public purpose to be extremely open-ended. And I would like to suggest that the phrase be tightened up a bit to read ... except to a public entity for a public purpose as defined by Section 14.52.30, subsection A, of the Longmont Comprehensive Municipal Code, ... Section 14.52.30, subsection A, more clearly defines what constitutes a public purpose and requires that the disposal or subdivision be sensitive to the integrity of the property. I truly hope you'll take that suggestion under consideration. Now, back in 2011, I was proud to be a member of the Park and Recreations Advisory Board when we brought you the ordinance governing the disposition of open space. I am again proud to be a member of PRAB as we seek these final steps of placing conservation easements on the open space purchased by the citizens of Longmont. I hope you will accept staff's recommendation and my suggested amendment and continue to move this process forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Aaron Jeffries?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Erin Jeffries, 5230 Retreat Circle. One of my fellow appellants from Renaissance Village, Katrina Lee, wrote an eloquent letter. If you checked your email previously before the meeting, you might have seen it. She's unable to make it tonight, so I offered to come and read it for her, starting her letter. I understand that the decision is made and the vote tonight will just finalize the outcome. While I wished that more concessions had been made, I do not want to argue about the merits, of the development. Instead, I want to challenge you on the process of the hearing appeals. As a group, we gave a very well-prepared and well-researched presentation. We demonstrated that we were very well informed about the concerns, data, and policies that affect development approval. However, instead of asking clarifying questions, you only sought the input of the planning office, the various city offices, and the developer. We may not be experts that are viewing the issues from one perspective and one voice. It really is 2 against 1 when an appellant raises an issue. For example, the city planning office is supposed to be impartial, but when the city or the council had a question, the city planning office turns over their mic to another office or to a developer to answer the question. Not only does this give the pro side more time in front of the council, it inflates the value of the opinions of the developer. Again, I understand that we are not experts, but if we had been called to clarify or answer questions, we would have provided a better rounded perspective and insights that only an outsider could provide. For example, there was much discussion about the school numbers, and essentially the school district said that there was no issue with capacity because they are going to close open enrollment. What they fail to mention is that the closing open enrollment can devastate a family that is seeking a better education for their children. Further, using my family as an example, it would take 8 years for 3 children to matriculate out of an open enrollment school. 8 years that those seats are filled but not considered to be a concern for the capacity because open enrollment is closed. Those seats still affect how close we will get to 125% and how far it will be exceeded in other areas, regardless of whether or not the open enrollment is closed. If high-density developments continue to be approved, the enrollment levels could be off the charts but still be presented and acceptable because the open enrollment students will be leaving 8 years later. We raised many points about error and concern, and I sincerely hope someone is following up on them. As you guide the Planning and Zoning Commission and as you make decisions for future development, please take the time to educate yourselves on the intricacies of school enrollment and capacity. Longmont seems to be favoring high-density developments, so if the plan is to turn them into an urban environment, someone had better ensure that we have the seats for the actual number of children we have in our community, not the seats based on false projections and inaccurate data. Thank you for your time.
Jeff Thompson.
Jeff Thompson, 1616 Sumner Street. I came here tonight because I think most of the people in Longmont and the people that have spoken so far tonight don't realize how phony the proceedings of this city council are. With regard to this conservation easement on open space, if the city wants to conserve its open space, why doesn't it just conserve its open space? The only reason we would need a conservation easement on open space granted to somebody else is because we can't trust the city council members. It's because the city council members are dishonest. Now, when you get to the point of discussing this tonight, would you please ask Eugene May about this? Because either he has dishonestly advised the city council or the city council has dishonestly advised the people of Longmont about the Bogut, Adrian, French, and Herner open space areas that basically surround Union Reservoir. We signed a master contract with Top Operating Company back in 2012 that you rammed through without any notice to the public, and that gave Top Operating the right to use those open space properties to drill under Union Reservoir as many well sites on open space properties as they want to drill under Union Reservoir or to drill anywhere they want, not just under those open space properties. That was a corrupt deal that the city council made to benefit Top Operating because the city got no compensation for that, and it was worth millions. People of Longmont should be asking themselves, is this city council not really just a bunch of crooks? You've got another item concerning the cash and lieu fee tonight. Rademacher didn't explain to you how that was calculated, but the way it was calculated, it was based on the cost of the Windy Gap water supply project, and he left out over half the cost. He left out the cost of the original Windy Gap project. And so the cash and lieu fee using Windy Gap for this calculation, the cash and lieu fee should be more like $33,000 or $25,000, not the $11,000 per acre foot. And this is just his way of giving developers, crony developers of this corrupt city with its, I think, corrupt city council, a break. And you make up the difference by putting it on our utility bills.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to ordinance on the second reading.
Yes, Mayor Coombs, your first item is ordinance 2015-45, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for the expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2015. We do not have a staff presentation on this, but Teresa's present to answer questions.
Councilmember Levison.
Just one small notation. The executive summary indicates it's just one fund. In fact, it's two funds. Just want to make that correction.
Okay, I'll now open up the public hearing on ordinance 2015-45. Is there anybody from the public who'd like to speak at this time on that? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing on ordinance 2015-45. Councilmember Finley?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would move passage of ordinance 2015-45.
Second.
All right, let's vote. That passes 7-0.
Your next item is ordinance 2015-46, a bill for an ordinance amending section 10.60.30 of the Longmont Municipal Code on fireworks. Again, we do not have a staff presentation, but people are in the audience to address questions.
Okay. Is there anybody from the audience that would like to speak on this ordinance at this time? I guess seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing on ordinance 2015-46. Councilmember Moore?
I'd like to move ordinance 2015-46.
Second. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Christensen?
I'm a huge fan of fireworks, and I'm wondering if we have any statistics on how many people actually come to our hospital with sparkler injuries, because I've dealt with many children, and there's always some knucklehead who will find a way to injure somebody with any pointed object, but I would like to know what the statistics are, because the only run-in I've ever had with a police officer was over the issue of sparklers.
Well,
In case you want to follow up question.
Mayor, Council, Michelle Goldman, Captain of Codes and Planning, which is also acts as the Fire Marshal. And at this time, I don't have statistics on local hospitals. I can research that. And as far as I was aware, nothing last year went to Longmont United in regards to sparklers.
Yeah. I think this was primarily brought forth for, the Indian community that we have. It's part of their celebration of their Denali or Christmas thing, and they wanted the opportunity. So that's kind of why we were revising this. So it's a very small, but anyway. Councilmember Levison?
I was just curious about how we're going to enforce this, because if people don't have permits, or if they have a permit and they don't have the proper setup with buckets and safety or fire extinguisher, whatever redundancy we're going to need, are we really going to ticket people with sparklers in the street?
That's a great question. When we look at fireworks, the way the Colorado statute's written, we can be more restrictive but not less, so that's why this is an ordinance change. What we were trying to do was accommodate cultural diversity and people that were responsibly and safely wanting to use these as part of a ritual or a ceremony. Weddings was another request, and we had to refuse those. So celebration of life was also mentioned, and someone coming by, and we had to refuse that also. So we were trying to come up with some way of being able to allow this in a safe manner so that a responsible party would actually come in, get the permit, we could go over it with them, and then make sure those things were in place. If not, then our ordinance and the state statute still are in place.
And since we may be encouraging children to play with red-hot pokers, I know you do a lot of education with the firehouse. I would like to make sure that you add a little piece of education around sparklers.
Very good. I can
if we're
take
going
that
to be expanding people using them, it would be great for kids to understand how hot they are, because they do get very hot, and what to do and how to be safe. So you guys do an excellent job. I've been through the firehouse training a number of times when my kids were in elementary school, and you do a fantastic job. So I think you could do a great piece of education here.
I'll take that to our PIO, so we'll get that on the calendar for more education around the 4th, probably. Or if we get a permit, we can put a blurb out on our websites and stuff. So, good questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Chief, I don't have a question. I move ordinance 2015-46.
It's already moved and seconded.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. So we're good. Now it's just time to vote. Yep.
Missed that part.
You suggest we vote then?
I suggest we vote.
All right.
If there aren't any further questions.
All right. That passes 7-0.
It was a little bit long-winded conversation.
Mayor Coombs, next is your consent agenda. First item is 9A, ordinance 2015-47, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for the expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2015. Public hearing and second reading is scheduled for October 13th. Item 9B is ordinance 2015-48, a bill for an ordinance amending chapters 14.04 and 14.08 of the Longmont Municipal Code regarding billing and maintenance of water and sewer service at Van Spram Municipal Airport. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for October 13th. Item 9C is ordinance 2015-49, a bill for an ordinance authorizing the City of Longmont to lease the real properties known as the Cooster property, the Smith property, and the Mountain Shores property to Jim Wild, who is the tenant. Public hearing and public hearing and second reading scheduled for October 13th. Item 9D is ordinance 2015-50, a bill for an ordinance amending the Johnson's Corner building at 1117 Neon Forest Circle. It's a local historic landmark designation. The public hearing and second reading is scheduled for October 13th. Item 9E is ordinance 2015-51, a bill for an ordinance designating the Labradson House at 408 4th Avenue as a local historic landmark. Public hearing and second reading is scheduled for October 13th. Item 9F is Resolution 2015-65, authorizing the General Manager of the Public Works and Natural Resources or designee to enter into agreements, leases, and exchanges concerning reuse water rental, surplus raw water rental, and water rights during the 2016 water year. Item 9G is Resolution 2015-66, establishing the fee for cash in lieu of water rights transfers. Item 9H is Resolution 2015-67, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City and Boulder County for creek restoration along Longmont Dam Road. Item 9I has been pulled from the agenda. Item 9J is Resolution 2015-69, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City and Boulder County for its Circles program. Item 9K is a Resolution 2015-70, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City and the State of Colorado Metropolitan State University for an internship agreement. Item 9L is Resolution 2015-71, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City and Boulder County Housing Authority for its housing counseling program. Item 9M is accept the grant from the National League of Cities for after-school meal program. And item 9N is approve one capital improvement program amendment, which is D21 storm drainage rehabilitation and improvements. Staff does not need to pull any items.
Councilmember Levison.
I'd like to pull D and M, please.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would move the consent agenda minus D and M.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Got to vote.
Oh, sorry. Bam, mic drop.
Okay. All right, that passes 7-0.
First item pulled from your agenda is item D, which is the Johnson's Corner Building historic landmark designation. We believe Brian Shoemaker is here to answer any questions.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll wait until Brian gets to the podium. I just have a quick question. Would the historic the Historic Commission look at this and make the recommendation to council to amend it, or can it just come to council? Because I thought they would always get a look at something that was amending a landmark designation, since they would be the ones initiating the recommendation initially to council.
Mayor and Councilmember Levison, since it was just a legal change, it doesn't really affect the designation of the landmark itself. It was affected by a replat of the property that added some additional land to the lot where the Johnson's Corner landmark is on. In order for the property owner, Kiki Wallace, to enter into a contract with the State Historical Fund for grant funding for rehabilitation on the building, the State Historic Fund wanted the legal description to reflect the current legal with the replat. And so as part of that, we felt that it wouldn't need to go back to the Historic Preservation Commission because it's already been designated as a landmark.
Great, thanks for answering the question. Can you, though, on the next time they meet, give them the information and let them know, though? Because I know every time this property comes up with a discussion, we have a lot of very vigorous neighborhood input, and probably almost the most they've ever had in recent memory. So it would just be a great thing for them to be notified, because they don't always read the city council packet.
Certainly, I'll update them next week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you. Move ordinance 2015-50.
Second.
All right. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that passes 7-0.
The next item pulled was M, was that
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
And that is the National League of Cities for After-School Meal Program. I believe Karen Roney is here to answer questions.
Okay, Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. Reason I pulled this was to allow our staff to have some bragging rights. And I see Christina is coming down. Just wanted to acknowledge that the National League of Cities helped us jumpstart our summer meal program. And Christina, can you talk a little bit about how our numbers were for summer? And then I want to talk about, I'll give you a plug for this too, what we did today.
Good evening, Mayor Gomes, members of council. Christina Pacheco, Division Manager, Children, Youth, and Families. Yes, we had a very successful summer with 2 meal sites. We saw about 3,500, we served about 3,500 meals. Today, Council Member Levison and I participated in the Colorado's Hunger Free Summit. So representatives from around the state got together to talk about food insecurity in our state and what municipal governments were doing to address that. So our city was highlighted during this summit, along with our work with NLC and some of the other bigger cities in the metro area were also recognized. We were on a panel with the city of Aurora, the city of Inglewood, and the city of Denver. So compared to their population, I think the number of meals that we served was great. The city of Inglewood, I believe, served 6,000 meals, and they have a much bigger population. So it was great to be able to take part in that effort.
And I just want to thank Christina and recognize her leadership on this issue, especially since she did present on a panel, and it's really great that our Longmont staff has this deep knowledge, and we can give some best practices for other cities with our staff doing presentations. So thank you for spending the day down there. And then I did get a book from the keynote speaker, which I will just want to read you off the title. It's called All You Can Eat, How Hungry is America by Joel Berg. And if you don't mind, I'll take the first crack at reading it, but if any of you also want to read it, it's very interesting. He is an executive director of the New York City Coalition Against Hunger and used to work for the Clinton administration, also USDA, and had some really great ideas about how to attack the issue of hunger. And it's not just for kids, it's for our seniors and other people in our community that are experiencing economic stress. And there was a breakout session that I was not able to attend that was talking about the silver tsunami, about how food and the affordability of nutritious food for our seniors is really getting to be a crisis. So I just wanted to give you guys a shout out. So if there's not any further discussion, I guess I want to move that we accept the grant from National League of Cities for after-school meal program.
All right, it's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Christensen. Let's vote.
Good job.
Okay, that passes 7-0.
Mayor Coombs, your next item is item 11A on general business, council resolution conditionally upholding Planning and Zoning Commission approval of the Renaissance Village Apartments preliminary plat and conditional use site plan. And I believe Ava's here. If you have questions. Do you have a presentation? No. If you have
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Just to get this right, Eugene, the modifications we have done is basically council option number 2.
Correct.
So moved. Option 2.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to acknowledge the comments that were made during public invited to be heard around the perception that council was not asking follow-up questions of members of the public. I apologize if there was that perception. I think that we try our best to ask questions, and I think that night there was a lot of evidence presented, and we do appreciate, I personally appreciate the level of organization, the knowledge, and how, frankly, one of the best organized presentations that we have seen at council, regardless of whether or not it was, regular citizens who are not planning experts. I think everyone who comes before us to planning and zoning or to the council is actually an expert in their own neighborhood. They are an expert about things Longmont because they live here, they invest their homes here, their business. I guess I have a question. What are we going to be doing about the making sure that we follow up with these requirements, especially with the traffic mitigation? Can you clarify what those specific? I read what it says in the resolution, but
point of order.
Just a minute.
I have
a point of order. So will this invalidate the hearing, and we have to reopen the hearing?
I guess I'm asking for clarification from the city attorney. What does that mean? What does it mean to you?
Mayor and Council, so one point of clarification on Councilmember Santos's motion. There is a resolution to be approved, and so it wasn't entirely clear to me that your motion would be approving that resolution. With respect for the follow-up, it is subject to the satisfaction and certification by the Planning and Development Services Director.
But we don't get to see, we don't really have an outline of what that plan would be because we had specific requests. And I just want to make sure that what the spirit of what we were responding to assure people that we were going to take a look at that is going to be upheld. Not just the
Mayor
spirit,
and Council,
but
the resolution
practice.
reflects the motion that Councilmember Bagley made, and that was the direction to staff. Further definition of that, I think, went beyond the motion.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to ask that clarifying question.
Councilmember Christensen.
Okay, this might be a question best put to Eugene as well. I had assumed when we made this, when we made these additional conditions, that the city staff for traffic issues and the school issues would also be working with members of this community. But that doesn't appear in here.
Mayor and council, like I said, the resolution reflects
Okay.
the motion made by Councilmember Bagley. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I know it's the Longmont way to involve both the developer and the neighborhood in resolving
Yes.
concerns.
Okay, I'm just suggesting that this had so much contention, and I have so many concerns about it still, that would be the most sensible thing as far as I'm concerned.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I just, I didn't want to vote without expressing just my thoughts on, I thought that the neighbors and the neighborhood representatives were very well prepared. They presented professionally, calmly, one of the best presentations I've seen. And I've mentioned this in the past, and it kind of goes to something else that we're going to be talking about in a few minutes. But oftentimes, it's tough to make these decisions because on one hand, you're faced with the law, but on the other hand, you're faced with people who want something really, really, really bad. And those people are your neighbors. They're the people who vote for us. They're the people that can show up and, as we've heard tonight, criticize us behind the pulpit. All okay. But it's hard. And this last Wednesday, I had somebody come up at, I like going to O.J. Pratt's auction. There's no movie theater in town, so I like going over on Wednesdays, and it's great entertainment. I keep telling him, man, he better prepare for October and November because, I'm going to have a movie theater to go to. And there were a couple people there that, I've interacted with, and one of them just came up out of the blue, and they said, I'm angry with you. I was like, what do you mean? Because of that vote on the Renaissance Village complex, you're on the take. You guys are on the take. And I remember thinking, I tried to talk to her for 10 minutes, and I mean, it just seems that a lot of times if council doesn't vote the way somebody wants, it means we're corrupt, we're on the take. Ironically, tonight, this is what we get the last council of every month. It's always on my desk, and I think everybody gets one. It is the City of Longmont direct deposit sheet. It shows how much council gets this month. My net pay is $921.67 for the month of September. I did not.
You get paid more than I do.
Well, yeah, well, I'm worth more. No. So I figured it out, I'm a guy that bills by the hour, and I guard my time well. And I figure, 4 hours for a council meeting once a week, 3 or 4 hours to prepare. Anybody here could call my office, including Mr. Thompson, and if you were to call and say, I need a divorce appointment, I need a DUI appointment, you're going to be waiting somewhere between 7 to 14 days to see me. If you want an appointment and just simply say, I have a council issue to discuss, you're going to get in within like 24, 48 hours, like almost immediately. And I can say that it's pretty much the same with everybody else here, that we'll talk to you. And so I figured about 15 hours on the conservative side, which comes out to $14.67 an hour. Now, that's what? Oh, yeah, forgot boards and commissions. But anyway, $14.67 an hour. And I admire people like Mr. Thompson. You are passionate, you're well-informed. But this person on Wednesday who accused me of being on the take, or when I hear that we're corrupt, it hurts. You think I'm going to sell my soul and go to hell for $14.67? It strikes me as, we're not Barack Obama. We're the fathers, the mothers, sisters, brothers, your employers, employees, just doing the best we can. And I've given this speech or a form thereof in the past, but as it relates specifically to this project, the Renaissance project, at the end of the day, I asked this woman, I said, well, what would you have us do? And there were a couple more with her, and she said, you should have voted it down. I said, well, why? She goes, then it would have been vacant for another year. How would you like it if council passed a resolution on your house when you were trying to sell it, add a second story, do something with your property, and just because somebody didn't like it, we interfered in your property right and said you can't do it, you'd be upset. And so this is a decision, as hard as it was, and the reason why I made these amendments, or the motion, and I believe the reason why we're going to pass it tonight, is because we're trying to do the right thing but take into account the needs of the neighbors. And so I appreciate everyone who supports us. I ask for the continued patience of those who do not. And I think we should vote on this. Put it to bed.
I think I'll weigh in here. I'd also like to commend the staff that did an excellent job, I think, preparing for that hearing. I think Ava, Joni, the traffic engineer, Phil Greenwald, I think you really represent the city pretty well. You know your facts. And I think you're just really quality employees that serve the city very well. So thank you for the great preparation of that hearing. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. And I would also echo those sentiments, but as, also with what Councilmember Levison said regarding the residents. It's one of the better presentations we've had. Just unfortunately, we have a set criteria we need to follow in ordinances and rules and regulations that the city has, and we follow them. And as Councilmember Bagley said, sometimes you like us and sometimes you don't like us. And that's the hard part. And it's just unfortunate that attacks of corruption and uses of that type of language has filtered down to the municipal level. But it's been there for quite a long time. And it's unfortunate. Does it sting? Yeah. But sometimes you just have to duck off a water's back. Water off a duck's back. Excuse me. We've been here since 5:30. But anyway, it's. Again, one of the better presentations, and as I think the city attorney also mentioned, with the conditions that are on there, the Longmont process works. We engage everybody and try to get everybody involved in just about every decision that we end up having to pass, whether it's 4-0 or 4-3 or 7-0. I would hope believe that's in the conditions that was made several weeks ago, and that's why I moved to accept that decision. So I think you're right. It'd be time to vote.
Councilmember Levison.
I have one more clarifying question for the city attorney. On condition C, only commercial development and no residential development shall be permissible on the approximately 6 acres of remaining undeveloped land, blah, 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 which is proposed to become a separate lot. Under commercial development, though, you could still have, without any conditions, mixed use, correct? And someone could be having a work space where they could actually live in their workspace, correct? Under that commercial development still covers mixed use. So would we be going in and saying, sorry, you can't have a storefront that you live above or have a live-work space? Can you clarify?
Yes, Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Levison, Ava Pahajewski, Planning and Development Services. So the statement in the specific condition is relatively clear. It says no residential development. To our understanding, that might limit a live-work situation. I think it was council's intent to be commercial development. I think that the property owner understood that. And I don't think that would allow a live-work situation based on the language of this resolution.
But a future council could accept a mixed use on a commercial property and allow...
I think we're getting off...
No, I'm just asking, if you're going to be allowing mixed use as part of commercial designation, there in fact, or a next council could say, we're going to waive that. Or is this locked in that forever we couldn't have mixed use and have a living space above it?
You need a first and second reading to change the ordinance.
Yeah. Maybe, maybe not.
Mayor and council, it's a resolution approving a land development application. The applicant could come in and seek modifications, and it would be up to council to consider those.
Thanks.
Okay, we've got a resolution. We've got a second. Let's vote. surprised. Okay, that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Levison dissenting.
Mayor Coombs, your next item is a Ute Creek Crossing annexation referral, and Ava Pajewski is also here for this item.
Mayor Coombs?
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. We have been here since 5:30. We had a pre-session. Can we take a 5-minute, 10-minute break?
Excellent idea.
Thank you. Sorry, Ava. We'll get back to you soon.
back together and everybody please take your seats and we'll begin item B.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and council members. Ava Pehajevsky, Planning and Development Services. This is an annexation referral request for a 13-acre parcel in the northwest area of town at the northwest corner of Highway 66 and Highway 287. Property is owned by Mr. Tebow, and it's in Boulder County, currently zoned business out in the corner, and then ag in the remainder of the lot. It's kind of an L-shaped lot. Has some businesses and a house up on the north end, and they would like to annex in, and they are proposing PUD zoning, a commercial PUD zoning, in the commercial PUD zone that allows a variety of commercial uses as well as multifamily residential. They submitted a concept plan, which you received in your packet. It's not too detailed, as you saw. They wanted to limit that so they could figure out, I think they're still working through what their tenant mix might be. But I'd also like to note that this property is within the scenic entry corridor, so they would have additional zoning, design regulations if it were annexed. And secondly, this property is in the Highway 66 mixed-use corridor framework master plan and design guidelines that was approved by council in 2006. And so in the master plan, this particular property, it's been recommended that it be developed with a mix of commercial, civic, and office uses. So that's the framework or the guideline that we would go by in planning if it were to be annexed and developed. The applicant's representative, Joel Siemens from Park Engineering, is here tonight as well to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? Councilmember Santos?
Does anybody have any questions? I would. Wait.
Councilmember Christensen?
I would like to know the max. We just put in a whole batch of residential right across the street, and once again, there are problems with the school system and transporting those children, and I would like to know what the maximum amount of residential units that could be added to this development would be.
Yes, Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Christensen. So the maximum density in a commercial zone is typically 25 dwelling units per acre. If this were to be approved tonight and goes through annexation, annexation application, certainly that's something we can look at if council were interested in some sort of density limitation, but that's the current limitation is 25 dwelling units per acre.
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, I find that we've had, this property has been in unincorporated Boulder County for quite some time, and I would like to shore up a lot of those unincorporated Boulder counties within near or in city limits. I move that we authorize staff to continue the processing the annexation application, finding the annexation would be in the interest of the city, referring the application does not obligate council to approve the annexation.
I'll second that. Okay, let's vote. That passes 7-0.
Your next item is a review of the draft conservation easement document, and Dale Rademacher will make this presentation.
Mayor Combs and members of council, I'm Dale Rademacher. I'm the General Manager of Public Works and Natural Resources. Tonight we have an item in front of you really for an update and to also have a discussion with council to check back in to make sure that staff is on the right track with regards to pursuing the granting of conservation easements on some of the additional open space properties that the city owns. And so we thought we'd just start out with just a really sort of a primer on, so what is a conservation easement? Well, it's a contract. It's a binding agreement between the parties. It limits certain types of developments or prevents development on property. Typically, that's why you do a conservation easement. They are in perpetuity, so even longer than when you're married. It's forever. And the easement is a property right that runs. I don't know why I said that. I know. I shouldn't have said that. So the easement is a property right that runs. I know. I could be in trouble. Not one of my smarter moves. Oh, so.
Duck off a water back.
No. So, let me recover then. So, let's look at the cornfield. So the intent of doing these conservation easements, it is to further protect the open space property that the city has invested literally millions and millions of dollars in purchasing land around the city for the last many years. And it's to really protect it in perpetuity, especially in an area like we are, where we have a rapidly urbanizing area, and that's why the open space was purchased in the first place. It does preserve scenic beauty and the underpinnings of tourism, why people are attracted to your area. This picture here preserves agriculture, and I think we all value the agriculture in the St. Vrain Valley, and I think it's a good thing that the city is doing its part to help preserve that as well. I think it also protects it, obviously, for future generations, and really helps future generations, provides them the ability to appreciate open spaces and lands around them. So what we've been working on since April, it was, you directed us at that point to get underway with negotiations with partners that we believe would be good partners to work with on granting these conservation easements. And so we're looking at a total of 11 different properties, which I'll show you on a map here in a minute. And we are working with the Colorado Division of, I think it's the Department of Parks and Wildlife. Department of Natural Resources, Division of Parks and Wildlife. And I'll show you which properties we're working with them on, and then the Longmont Conservation District. And that used to be called the Longmont Soil Conservation District, which I knew very well. But they are really well known in the agricultural world as their mission being to protect agricultural values and properties. And then lastly, the one we're probably the most familiar with is partnerships with Boulder County Parks and Open Space. And so this map, which you've seen before, and I believe you have one in your packet, what we're trying to show on here is where we believe the most logical partnering could occur. This isn't a given that we would necessarily have partners here, but it seems to us to probably make some sense from staff perspective. And so on the far right-hand side, you'll see the Colorado Parks. So that's on the Boulder Creek Estates property, and the logic reason there is that it abuts Colorado State Park. And they're already maintaining that area. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about the process we're going through with them. It is one that is probably more lengthy than it would be with other partners, okay? And then moving counterclockwise, the Conservation District, working with them on those agricultural properties to the east of Union Reservoir. So that would be the Herner and the Hartman and the French parcels. And then wrapping around the reservoir on the west side and then down south of the river, working with Boulder County there. The logic there is that we already have conservation easements with Boulder County, and so it would be sort of filling in the puzzle where we already have reciprocal conservation easements. Any questions on this part of it? Okay, so far? Or
Councilmember Christensen?
From this map, I noticed in the packet that we are talking that some purchases have just been made around Union Reservoir. Correct? Around some of the southern. parts?
There haven't been any made like in the last couple of years. I think the last big purchase we made out there was the Adrian parcel up near Union, and that was in about the 2009 timeframe.
Huh.
The last purchase I think we had was the one down by Pichelle, the Collins purchase. It was one of the last ones. You should come up here, Dan. So, but your question, council member?
I was just reading about it today, I thought, in the packet about something, several parcels that were newly added to city land around Union Reservoir. Is this? Okay,
No.
never mind.
Not me.
Okay, all right.
Well, or I missed that. If I miss, I'm not tracking with what you're saying, but
It's okay.
it is late.
All right. I was just wondering if they were going to be part of this.
We're including, certainly all those properties out around Union.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Thanks.
And so the granting of conservation easements, I want to spend a little time on this with you. So we are trying to come up with one general template, knowing that it will need to be tweaked and sort of finessed to match whether it be the attributes of a particular piece of property or it be the desires of the partner that we're working with in order to come to an agreement to enter into that conservation agreement. We are also looking at the basic values underneath each of the properties and trying to diversify who we are granting conservation easements to for the purposes that I explained earlier. And so the purpose of doing this as well is to also meet some of the future needs of the city as we go forward in time. And those are sort of outlined in the open space ordinance that is in your packet. There are the 6 criteria, so I won't read them all to you, but essentially preservation of natural spaces, linkage and trails, conserving natural resources, district parks, low-impact recreational areas, implementing the greenway and open space policies or strategies of the comprehensive plan, and then urban shaping buffers between communities. And I know council has received some comment with regards to some of those particular items there, and I did want to take just a second to talk about those as well. And I think it also came up in public invited to be heard. The one clause in the conservation easement that speaks to the issue of the conveyance to another public entity for public purposes. I believe the individual that came up to the podium suggested tying it back essentially to the language that is already in our code for the disposition of open spaces. And I'm sure our staff will work with city attorney's staff to look at that and see if that can improve the value of it. I think it makes sense. It does give further guidance with regards to the issue of a public purpose. The other thing I do want to say, though, as well, and I'll ask Eugene to chime in case I get this wrong, is that when you look at the other prohibitions that are in the conservation easement, things are prohibited, and I actually want to read that to make sure I get that clear. Let me go to that part of it. So it's in our packet on page 290 is where we go through the specific prohibitions. It's in section 3. And so 3A prohibits the construction of buildings and other structures unless it furthers an open space function. So in other words, if you maybe have a farm out there and you need to build a barn to put the hay in, that would be okay. But building a house for residential development would not be. Okay? So it has to, if you're going to build a structure out there, it has to be tied to and for the purpose of open space. On the issue of subdivision, again, it's limited to only a public purpose to another public entity. So we can't just subdivide and convey it to a private party. It has to be to another public party. Examples of that could be things like working either with CDOT or with RTD if we needed to convey an interest for a future rail corridor. And the North I-25 EIS did identify a rail corridor along the southern side of Highway 119 coming in from I-25. So that's an example where you wouldn't want to thwart, the public transportation because of that. Okay.
Councilmember Bagley?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. This seems like a good time to just link my concern in with Mr. Counis and what you're saying.
Yeah.
And so my understanding, the reason why we're doing this is because, essentially, not because future councils are corrupt, but because they will differ with the way we're currently thinking. And the reason why we're partnering with another entity is to make sure that somebody else will keep us in check and say no if a future council, us or others, want to get rid of the open space. The reason why I'm behind this is when I was teaching up at CU, there was a gentleman by the name of Al Bartlett who died back in September of 2013. Literally helped design the first atom bomb, graduated from Harvard, taught at CU since like 1963. Smart guy, was one of the fathers of Boulder County open space. And he wasn't this liberal nutcase. His idea was, being a mathematician and a physicist, there's an exponential growth curve, meaning if the human species continues to grow at the level it is, at some point, if gone unchecked, within the next 250 years, we will have 1 meter per each human, which is impossible to manage, which means that war, pestilence, something will wipe us out before then. So his idea was, well, why don't you zombies? Yes, Councilmember Levison, the anti-zombie campaign. Yes, it was bound to come up. Bound to come up. The zombies. So I mean, the whole point of Dr. Bartlett advocating open space was that we want to make sure that we don't have that, at least in our local community, surround ourselves with some open space so that growth doesn't infringe upon the city and we maintain our beauty, our health, etc. So the whole point of this is to make sure that future councils, future city staff, whoever, can't take away our open space. However, there is a loophole. And I think that Mr. Counis was trying to close the loophole. The loophole right now is actually up here under the open space ordinance. And there is a loophole currently for our open space that actually states, actually if you want to, I mean, if you want, you can, it says it there, but if you actually go to page 302 in your packet that talks about, it is I, 404-130I, line 10, or section 5. It says one of the purposes for open space is implementing greenways and open space policies, or, and this is the reason I'm imagining why it's highlighted yellow in our packet, or strategies of the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan. Technically, future council, we can change the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan, and so long as it matches the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan, we can use open space for whatever we want. So in the draft provision that we have currently before us, it actually says, pursuant to 404-130, are you following?
I am.
Okay, all right. Just making sure. 404-130I, and it refers to these things that you have right there, open space ordinances, 6 criteria. I think we should cap it to 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, and not include 5. That way, the conservation easement does not include strategies of the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan and literally locks up the land for open space without a loophole. That's what I'd like to see.
Well, 5 says implementing greenways and open space policies or strategies of the Longmont area.
Or the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan, which basically says the city can sell the open space if it conforms with the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan. That was my reading of it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Bagley.
What do you think?
I know exactly what you're saying, and I would defer this over to the city attorney, but I read that sentence in its entirety. In other words, it's implementing the greenway and open space policies or strategies of the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan. In other words, it has to implement the greenway and open space, whether it be a policy or a strategy related to greenways and open space. So, but I'm not an attorney.
I read or and differently.
So I think this is an area that we will certainly work with City Attorney's Office. It is absolutely everybody's intent to protect the open space. It is not our intent, or anybody's intent that I can think of, to provide a loophole. That's
we
not
definitely
what
don't
we're
want to
trying
leave a gate open here that could be interpreted differently.
So we will.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Polly, can you let him back?
Oh, yes,
in real
yes,
quick?
go ahead.
Okay.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coons. My intention was not to say that there was any funny business going on. I was just saying that it looked pretty bulletproof, and if there was just one chink in the armor, that's all I was saying.
Sure.
You know, just close in all loopholes rather than. So I was just adding to your efficacy and your diligence, Mr. Rademacher.
And our staffs.
Councilmember Christensen.
Yes, I'd like to. I agree with what Councilman Bagley has said. I think I don't think there's any funny business going on either. I think all of us, I think the intention of this is exactly what you said. We want to be sure that this is put above politics for the future of the city. And that's why, as determined by City Council, we don't want it, we want to be above future city councils and future everything. We'd like to see it tightened up a little bit so that there is less of a chance of the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan, which is in the process of being redone now. Perhaps we could just say the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan as it stands now, because it doesn't include any of those other plans. We have no idea what future comprehensive plans will be, so that could undermine things. If there's a way to tighten these things up, that's what we'd like. And I agree with what Mr. Accounto said. I think that's one area that we could examine.
Councilmember Santos.
Dale, do you have something to say?
I had more to present, but
Okay.
this is great conversation. I mean, this is exactly what I wanted to have.
I love
happen,
great
so this is good.
conversation. Well, I think it's already tight, because in the disposition of open space ordinance, and Eugene, correct me if I'm wrong, it takes the supermajority of council, and also before it even comes to council for a supermajority vote to do any dispensation of open space, it has to go to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, and public meeting for, I want to say, several days, at least for public comment. Again, I'm not one to, and if it needs to be tweaked or whatever, but I think how it is presented currently, in addition to the disposition of open space ordinance, I think it's pretty tight as far as having to get rid of open space. I understand about getting conservation easements. I have no problem with how this is coming about, but I think I would like just a little bit of information of. Should it be an and or an or, Eugene? It is currently an or, but should it be an and, or should it be stricken? I guess that's what I'm looking to have that conversation. We don't have to have that conversation tonight, but at least when you bring it back with the completed draft for us to approve, that way we can have that conversation.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. I'll address the point. I disagree with Councilmember Bagley. The structure of the LACP is goals, policies, and strategies. So I think this is talking about policies or strategies within the Greenway and Open Space chapter of the LACP.
With regard
not
to
Greenway and Open Space policies, comma, or strategies of the LACP.
Gotta love
which is
it.
how Mr. Bagley is reading it.
Gotta love attorneys.
But we'll clarify that in future drafts.
Yeah, depends on what it is. Okay, again, I think it's pretty tight. I don't think there's a member of council looking to disposition, get rid of open space anytime soon. That helps us with our buffer on the eastern border. However, if something were to come up, let's say, as Dale mentioned, rail coming in off I-25, which RTD has already shot down, but CDOT is still looking at that. Still looking at that. You know, it's been the impetus of the disposition of open space ordinance also is to make the open space fund whole. If something were to be taken off, removed from open space, and it was the or Boston Avenue. We did that in one area, and we made the open space fund whole, which is the goal. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Levison.
Della, one concern of mine is how do you monetize, when you're looking at this template, view rights? Because I know that we have in the ordinance, it says something about open space serving one or more functions, preservation of visual corridors, agricultural corridors, but what do we do about inherently the view rights that we essentially establish by having, someone be able to stand on the east side of Union Reservoir and look? And I'm not talking about the view rights that are like up here in the panoramic photo, but like the middle and down at the ground level. So what do we do to monetize the fact that it's a $1 billion view. It's not just a $1 million view, because nobody else has that perspective. And how do you then look at the other development that happens or could happen adjacent to what we have as open space and basically block the view right, or the view that we've established?
Councilmember Levison, I think you're right. I think one of the attributes of any open space property is the preservation of the view corridors. I also think there's other valuable attributes to open space. It could be that it's prime farmland. It could be that it's just its ability to create that separateness and that buffer, or to protect a very delicate riparian area along the river. And so I think that's why the open space ordinance, the original ordinance, has all those 6 attributes that are intended to be achieved as a result of purchase of open space. And so I will say, though, with regards to our discussions thus far with our partners, and we are not looking or necessarily having them pay us, if that's, and I don't know if that's what you're meaning in your question.
Well, I just wanted to also, when we're looking at the value of these conservation easements, to recognize, I know it talks about visual corridors, but visual corridors is different than a view right. That comes with the property itself. And so could we do a conservation easement on something we don't own for open space, but to continue to keep a view right that we have because we've established it? That's the other thing I'm throwing out to you. That, could somebody build something in Weld County that could be 4 stories or more, and we don't have the visual corridor that we had by buying all that open space? I guess I would look at part of this is maybe look at conservation easements to conserve our views too.
So I understand what you're saying now. So that would be sort of an expansion of our current open space holdings in the form of maybe a more limited conservation easement for the purpose of protecting that view. I think we can always look at those kinds of things, especially as we are in discussions with people out, especially on our eastern buffer. We really haven't had that discussion because typically an open space or a conservation easement has many restrictions tied to it, more than just the view corridor. So we'll certainly look at that, though.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I suppose if somebody wanted to build a 4-story building and block the view of the oil wells, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
So I guess I only have one question. I was reading through the information. There was industrial activity that it talked about.
Prevented?
Preventing industrial activity, but agriculture was placed in there in brackets. Can you talk more about that and what that means? And are we going to allow agricultural use of our open space properties?
Mayor Combs, Councilman Moore, I think The reason it's in there is so that we're very clear on what the conservation values are within each of these properties. For instance, if we're really talking about preserving the riparian corridor of the St. Vrain Creek, we don't want agriculture within that riparian corridor. So we may limit that in particular locations or on particular properties. So that's exactly what that is. It gives us the flexibility. Again, there's 11 different properties that have a variety of different conservation values. It gives us the flexibility to preserve those conservation values based on those individual properties.
So if they're currently agriculturally producing, you're going to allow that to continue?
That's correct.
Okay. That's really all I had.
Okay,
Councilmember Moore, that one stumped me
we'll let
as
you
well.
go ahead and finish your presentation.
The other thing I wanted to say, again, under this Section 3, the other prohibition, which is the major prohibition in my head, is that commercial, industrial, and residential activity is prohibited. And so that is, I believe, sort of paramount in this entire endeavor that we're trying to go after. We are also, however, reserving back to the city the ability to install public infrastructure in the form of utilities, publicly owned utilities. So if we needed a water line to come through, with the caveat that they're buried, they have to be a buried public utility. We're also reserving back that if a road, for instance, if Road 5 ever needed to be widened, that it would be the city council's decision to either approve or not approve that. So again, we're holding back some of those issues for the council to decide, this council or future councils. So I went through most of these parts. I don't know that there's much here other than, again, it retains it forever on open space. I botched that one early. The rights of the grantee are to assure the conservation values remain. I went through some of the prohibited uses, the reserved rights back to the city. And again, this was also a question that some folks had with regards to what we're reserving back. And in essence, as I understand it, and again, I defer to the city attorney, is that what you do not reserve, or excuse me, what you do not restrict or give away, you are inherently reserving back to yourself as the underlying landowner. So anyhow, those are the main attributes of it. And with that, I'm going to end with the eclipse. So thank you for the direction and the comments that you made. I believe what we're leaving with is that we need to tighten down the language and at a minimum certainly clarify that language on subdivision for the public purposes, maybe to refer it back to the other ordinance, and then also on the whole issue of the comprehensive plan issue, that we will work on that and certainly come back with you on that. So any other guidance that you have for us, we'll certainly take. Otherwise, we'll let you move to your next item.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So Dale, this didn't go to PRAB first. What was the thinking behind that?
So the thinking is we've certainly talked with PRAB about it. We have not shown them the draft here yet. I think we're trying to make sure we're in tune, in line with essentially what the council has directed us to do back in April. This will absolutely go to PRAB before it comes back to you for any further action with regards to any formalized deed that we actually put in front of you.
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Dale, so basically, you need the recommendations for an option 1, but option 2 is the modifications that we've all stated.
We're good with that.
Okay, so I would move option 2.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Christensen?
This is just a question since you're here. Okay, I found that part that was mystifying me. The farmland lease of Union Reservoir enlargement property, that is an open space? Okay.
Correct. That's the water department property for the purpose of enlarging the reservoir.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor,
Eugene.
just one thought. Conservation easements are perpetual. Forever is a long time. I would be wary about referencing specific sections of the code, because in 100 years, that code section could very well change. Same with
Good point.
Code sections could change. So I would think we would lift the concept out of the ordinance and put it in there as a narrative rather than a specific code section.
Okay.
And if that's a clarification that staff needs for the motion, that's fine. The code numbers,
Do you accept it?
Yeah, of course. I would definitely accept the city attorney's guidance as well as Dale's. Is that okay with a second?
Yep. Okay, let's vote.
Thank you.
That passes 7-0.
Mayor Coombs, I've been informed we're doing okay on time and have a request to move item E ahead of the budget presentation
Okay.
because we have consultants here if
Okay,
council
sure.
chooses to do that.
That's fine with me. Is that okay there? All right, we'll go ahead and change that.
So your next item would be item E, which is the city employee health care recommendation, and the presentation will start off by Joanne Zias.
Well, that looks like the...
We're just doing it like it says?
We're moving item E above item D, which is the budget, because we added the budget to your ordinance, to your agenda.
Good enough. I know what you mean.
Okay.
Okay.
So, good evening. I'm Joanne Zias, Human Resources Officer. We have a number of different individuals that are here to answer questions on the healthcare proposal. Just went through an RFP process that a number of individuals participated in throughout the city, and we do have a recommendation here for you tonight. We would like to start it out with Diana from Purchasing, who can review the process with you, and then Vincent from our Benefits Office will go through our findings.
Get all set here. Good evening, Mayor Coombs and council members. I'm Diana Wilson. I am the Purchasing and Contracts Manager for the city. I'm here to give you just a brief overview of the purchasing code as it relates to medical benefits for employees and to explain the standard purchasing process and the request for proposals that we did for these benefits. Let's see. I'd like to note on this first slide that the purchasing code does exempt insurance benefits from the purchasing process. However, in order to ensure the most transparent, fair, and open process that we could do, Human Resources asked us to partner with our benefits consultant and issue a request for proposals, which we did. In the purchasing process, let's see here, there we go, we do have an evaluation committee. By code, we're required to have a minimum of 3 on the committee. We had 7 evaluators, which Vincent will go into shortly. Those individual evaluators and our consultant conducted independent evaluations of each proposal according to the evaluation guidelines that were established in the RFP. Those scores were totaled individually, tabulated, and contract according to the RFP was awarded to the offerer whose proposal is deemed the most advantageous to the city. The following criteria, let's see, there we go. Following criteria were published in the RFP and were used to evaluate the proposals that we received: administration, completeness and responsiveness, the cost, organizational strength of the offer, quality, wellness, and disease management, which are all very important factors to our employees. So that's really the process that I wanted to go over with you. Do you have any questions for me on the process itself? Okay, then I will turn it over to Vincent Pascali, the Benefits Administrator.
Thank you, Diana. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, my name is Vincent Pascali, and I serve as the Benefits Administrator for the city. And I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of some folks that are here that work with us on the RFP, from our consultant, Gallagher Benefit Services, Kathy Ham and Jerry Rushoff are here, and from Kaiser Permanente, Dr. Jandel Allen Davis and Greg Berliant are here as well. Now, to expand on what Diana had said about the process, we assembled what we consider to be a very, very diverse committee to review the RFPs from a cross-section of the city's population. That included a representative from the Employee Advisory Group, Public Safety, Employee Wellness, Administration, and Human Resources. So we had a committee of about totaling 7 people in total. The medical RFP requirements asked the potential respondents to replicate the current plan design, to suggest alternate plan designs, so to keep what we have and to suggest other types of benefits. They were asked to bid as a sole carrier or a coexisting carrier, so they would have all the business themselves or they would coexist with another carrier. They were to propose firm premium rates, and we asked them to provide a cap to a second-year rate increase, okay, to try and minimize the upside on the second year. And those 2 last bullets will be rather important as we go forward in the presentation. And we also, the lowest bidder was not necessarily going to be the most successful or the successful bidder, because it was the proposal that was deemed to be most advantageous to the city, not just the lowest cost. Okay. 3 organizations reviewed our request for proposal and declined to submit a response. They were Anthem, Humana, and Rocky Mountain Health Plan. Anthem and Rocky Mountain didn't think that their rates would be competitive, and Humana did not believe that their network would be competitive with what we were looking for. 4 organizations did respond. In an alphabetical order, they are Aetna, Cigna, Kaiser Permanente, the incumbent, and United Healthcare. So we received those 4 RFPs and evaluated them. And to give you a review of the different responses, Aetna's response, Aetna did not provide a second-year rate cap, as we had asked in the RFP. They also required a 50% enrollment or higher, which we didn't believe was likely given our current enrollment patterns. They required 100% active open enrollment rather than passive open enrollment. We've been doing passive open enrollment, which just requires employees who want to make a change to make a change. If you want to keep everything the same, you don't have to do anything. So we've tried to simplify that process through the years. Aetna also wanted to limit the enrollment of retirees and COBRA participants, and I hadn't, quite frankly, seen that requirement before, but they also required employee contributions to be equal across the board, regardless of disparities in costs between the carriers, okay, which didn't seem terribly appropriate. Cigna did not provide a second-year rate gap either, okay? And they were the only provider not offering a coexisting relationship with another carrier, which means that if we had gone with Cigna, it would have resulted in 100% disruption of provider choice for our HMO participants, and they're almost 83% of our eligible members, okay? United Healthcare's response, remember we had asked for firm rates for budget purposes. United Healthcare proposed illustrative rates, okay, and we were not really quite sure what that really meant, okay. They did not provide a second-year rate cap as stipulated by the RFP. Their final rate quote or rate proposal would be contingent on what they saw from the other carriers. That was specifically prohibited in the RFP. We came out and we had said to all the potential respondents that you will not see the other carriers' rates. They assumed no ongoing large claims, even though they had that information as part of the RFP in the exhibits. And we had 7 large claims in the last 2 years. So by not taking those into account, that would throw the rates considerably off kilter, okay? United Healthcare also did not provide any implementation performance guarantees to, monitor how well they made the transition if they were selected. No wellness credits were offered. No references were provided, and they also required 50% enrollment, which again is unlikely given current enrollment patterns, okay?
What's an implementation performance guarantee again?
What's an implementation performance guarantee? I'm sorry? What's an implementation performance guarantee?
Implementation performance guarantees are guarantees that things will go smoothly, that they will make the transition properly, they will do certain things in certain amounts of time. And most of the other carriers did that, but they didn't. So, okay. Now, Kaiser's response, Kaiser was the only respondent to provide a second-year rate cap. They also would not provide any disruption to our current employee-provider relationships. They offered $50,000 in wellness credits, and they were the only respondent with a Colorado-based customer service group, which we thought was very, very important. I do, anyway, because it gives me the ability to deal with people a little bit more close up. And they also happened to be the lowest increase from the current premium. So that summarizes the different proposals. Now, on a cost comparison, we selected sole carrier dual option. So whoever was going to be successful was going to be the only carrier. They were going to provide two different options, basically a high option, low option. And Aetna came in at $11.7 million, or 18.6% over current premium. Cigna came in at $12.1 million, or 23% over current. Kaiser came in at $10.8 million, or 9.47% over current. And United Healthcare's illustrative rates, we just really couldn't evaluate, okay? So based on all of this information, the committee's selection was unanimous in selecting Kaiser for the following reasons. Kaiser fulfilled best the requirements of the RFP, okay? We did get employee advisory group feedback indicating strong employee satisfaction with Kaiser. That's more of a, validation rather than a reason, a justification for the selection. But the committee also believed that Kaiser provides the greatest value in terms of the relationship between quality and cost. And we have a high use of HMO services by people who are in the point of service plan like me. There are a lot of services that I use as HMO and don't necessarily always use the point of service providers. So now after we had selected Kaiser and we had negotiated with them, we had finalist interviews. Final negotiations with Kaiser yielded a 7.5% rate increase for 2016. So that's down from 9.47. The estimated annual cost for 2016 is $10.6 million, and the 2017 increase cannot exceed 9%. It could be lower, depending on what our plan experience is, but it can't go over that 9%. So those were the reasons why we selected Kaiser. So.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Deja vu. I guess my question is, and again, we've talked about this before, and I actually texted Mitch Carson because I want to know. I find it strange that LUH isn't here, that we've not gotten phone calls. The very first meeting I had as a councilman was LUH sitting down saying, you should support our local hospital. And I've been waiting for the calls. I've kind of been, it's eerily silent, And so my concern, as always, is as a business, this is great, meaning it's cheapest, it'll make our employees happy, makes good fiscal economic sense on its face. But as a city, we've got Longmont United Hospital that will now be facing competition from a smaller hospital, 48 beds, that if LUH goes under, will not be capable of providing for medical needs for our city. Part of the reason why Kaiser is cheaper is that they don't have an ER, meaning that LUH, they are ponying up and they're helping our poor, they're helping our at-need and at-risk community, victims of domestic violence, victims of crime, the homeless. I mean, they go to LUH. And the reason why LUH kind of, I don't know what it's going to cost. And the reason why we can't compete is because they don't know. Kaiser is a business model that basically says, if you're a member, great, we'll treat you. If you're not, you don't come. And so, I mean, I'm really hesitant to, I want to know why the silence. So before we had an agreement with LUH, everything was kumbaya, and it was before that it was a big deal, and now it's just silent, sole provider. What's going on?
So I think one of the things that we asked in terms of this question is to our understanding, the agreement that we brought back to you all, where LUH was included if you were in the PPO plan, still exists.
Yeah. So that will still exist.
That's our understanding.
Yeah. Okay.
Current condition, it still exists. So
when
that's
you
one
say,
piece.
so when it goes back, and when you say,
that's under the PPO or the triple option plan if you chose it as an individual.
that is still all okay. So when it says that there's a sole provider, that's not really, that's an asterisk.
You still have the choice to choose.
Well, it's sole provider but dual option. So you've got, like, in Kaiser's case, it's an HMO with a point of service plan tied to it. Longmont United Hospital is available through the point of service plan.
Okay, so my question becomes, what are you asking us to do tonight? Is this just informative?
No. They're asking for a recommendation to approve,
To approve.
The review committee selection of Kaiser.
And how crucial is it that we do it tonight? Why
not? Why wouldn't we do it tonight based on?
I guess my question, I mean, like I said, it's just the silence. I'd just be curious.
So I think it's hard to say because right now there's a lot of changes that's existing within the market that's hard to really to say what's going on. So if you look at the acquisition of LUH by Centura,
right?
So that's a difference in the market. You also have University of Colorado. There's a lot of changes in the market right now that is different than the situation before. So it's hard to say what that looks like.
That was the answer. That was the reason for my question. Because of the changes in the market, I don't have the information necessarily to feel comfortable saying, okay, let's go for it. Because I don't know whether the silence is they didn't know or whether the silence is they don't care. And so that's the only reason I ask. But if there's 4 votes tonight, I'm voting with you. But I'd just be curious to hear what LUH says.
The only thing I wanted to add just about the timing and why it would be important to move something forward tonight would be because we're just on the verge of an open enrollment, which will be happening in a couple of weeks for all of the city employees. So if we don't have something that we can offer them, then I'm not quite sure where that would leave us in terms of the open enrollment process or what would happen for employees beginning in January.
Right. Put on the rubber gloves. Councilmember Christensen.
I have a question. When you say that Kaiser is incumbent, doesn't that mean that we already do have? Okay. So this is not, we're just verifying that we are continuing a relationship we've already got. Okay. And I want to thank you for doing this presentation because it's very helpful to have a look at all the companies you examined and what your criteria were and why you chose this. And on a personal note, I'll say that for 10 years, I've had Kaiser with the University of Colorado, and nobody's perfect, but I find them it was the most inexpensive plan. I felt like I got very good quality, and it was comprehensive services all in one place, kind of. The only problem is if you have something seriously wrong, you have to go all the way to Lafayette. However, if you have something like really seriously wrong and you go to Longmont United Hospital, they will take a look at you, and if they see more of a problem, they will send you down to Lafayette. And so it's not like you can't go to Longmont United Hospital. I mean, they're not going to turn you away if you think you're having a heart attack. So I think that this is a very good plan, and I would be on board with it because my experience has been very good. We have, of course, a Kaiser here, and we have a Kaiser in Boulder office, and we have a hospital down in Lafayette. It would be nice if they had a relationship with Longmont United, but we can't force that. So anyway, thank you.
I move that we approve the review committee's selection of Kaiser Permanente.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Levison.
Thank you. Vince, I remember several years ago when we went to not looking at sending out RFPs every year or a 2-year cycle, going to a 3-year cycle. I'm actually pleasantly surprised that we got 4 responses, number one. So thank you for suggesting that change, because I think we've gotten some better responses. But given the fact that Kaiser is very good at responding to RFPs, are we likely in the next 3-year cycle to get a rigorous number of people? And the one thing that really kind of bothers me is that United Healthcare didn't really follow the instructions, and so I don't know whether or not they're not used to the way we've asked for things, or do other people just accept kind of fuzzy math from them?
Why do we ask him how they respond? I mean, I don't understand what the whole point is.
I'm just curious to know whether or not, are they likely to come back in 3 years and be, more as strong a competitor?
Well, I'll let you go and then I'll jump in.
I honestly don't know what they were thinking. To be honest, the committee did not think that it was necessary to go back and ask them. Okay. We can certainly, they're entitled to a debrief, and I think it would probably be very, very helpful for them if they understood really what we were looking for. So I don't know whether or not, other organizations work differently than we do, but we were very, very clear on what we asked, and when they didn't respond, it was it was a very, very different response. Probably one of the more unique ones that I've ever seen.
It just seems like it's unusual for that size of a healthcare provider. So I just wanted to just touch base on that. But thank you for getting so many responses. 4 is a really good, robust process.
Mayor, Council, if I can, I actually sat in on the evaluation committee based on knowing a little bit of history, and then the work that I've done in health insurance before. I was actually part of the evaluation committee. And so what I can say is I think there were some pieces specifically to your question about United that were interesting to me in terms of what I've seen in other processes that, and they were pointed out on the slides, wanting to see the other submittal numbers. I've never seen that before in terms of a question. And then saying specifically one of the, it assumes 75% participation with 50%. There was a lot of unknowns in there that was a bit unusual. And then just the fact that it was illustrative, saying it doesn't include large claims data. Large claims are the ones that actually can throw your cost of an insurance plan through the roof. And so there are a number of pieces in this. But what I can tell you, I think we spent a fair amount of time discussing each one of these options. And if you have any specific questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, if I recall, the last time that we had that this came up, this healthcare recommendation, Bobby King, who was the HR director at the time, brought in the hospital and Kaiser together. They had worked out some sort of arrangement, and even though we still have the triple option, currently, and I'll vote for the recommendation in the future, at least for another 2 or 3 years. I guess that's why we're not hearing from Longmont United, and I'm not going to speak for them, but I would assume that's why, because we do have several, a great many employees on the triple option that allows them to go to doctors outside of Kaiser that were their doctors prior to us going to Kaiser. If we were to change services, excuse me, or try to go to a dual-base server, 2 servers, we would lose that triple option, and those employees would lose their coverage that they pay, and they do pay a little bit more for. Based on numbers, and I've had the conversation with Mitch years ago, and haven't talked to him about this year, regardless of UC Health is coming in with a hospital or what have you. If you have an emergency, Longmont United will take you. If you have a doctor that isn't within Kaiser, and you have the triple option, guess what? You still get to go to Longmont United. So, and I guess what turned back on us several years ago was that Longmont United was saying that the city council and the city of Longmont did not value its local hospital, and I think that's not true. A business decision that Longmont United made regarding Kaiser years ago is a business decision of Longmont United. But that relationship, if I still believe, is a healthy relationship between the two. Based on numbers, based on at least a guarantee for a second year of no more than 9, I believe it was 9. I hope it comes in lower. And we've had years where we've had 0 increase. So, as the mayor made the motion, I second it because I believe that this is in the best interest of the city as people who the 7 of us who approved the budget, but also the employees who we kind of preside over as far as accepting this recommendation. I haven't received any email saying please don't get rid of Kaiser. And as it was stated in the presentation, a great vast majority of those employees have a favorable support of Kaiser. I don't see why we would, at this time, move to anything else that's more expensive and doesn't provide what our employees need at the cost that saves taxpayer dollars.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I have to make full disclosure. Dr. Davis is on the board of the place where I am employed. That doesn't mean that I feel like I can't make an impartial judgment on this vote. However, because I know Dr. Davis wouldn't expect anything less of me. I in the past have shared the concern about Kaiser's relationship with our hospital, and I continue to share that concern because the hospital's ownership has changed. So I would encourage that relationship to continue, and because I think a community hospital really is something we need to value, and to do that we need to support it. But I do believe they are working together now. I know our employees love their insurance. I've never had one of them tell me that they didn't, and this is the best option fiscally, so I will be supporting it as well.
Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. And despite my concerns, I mean, I think we all want to support the hospital. And because I haven't heard anything, and because of what you said, I'm going to support it. But I do know that there's a lot of angst out there right now in our community about the health of Longmont United. And so in the future, I'm going to support this. But when's the next time we're going to go up for proposal? 2 years? 3 years?
Well, the purchasing regs say we can accept an initial year and then 4 renewals.
Okay.
Unless, now we're not obligated to do that. And if we were to see a downshift or whatever in service, then we would certainly be able to go out to bid literally at any time. The reason that we don't want to go out to bid too often is exactly what Ms. Levison was talking about, was that we just didn't get any other responses. Well, we got one other one last time.
And if I can jump in, what you don't want to do is go out too often. That limits your responses, but you also have to watch the market too. And right now we know that there's different insurance companies looking at different market approaches that may change the market dynamic in a couple of years. And those are things that you watch for. Because in the end, the competitive process keeps everyone honest. And so you have to look at what's happening in the market and what that really looks like. I did want to say that in this case, insurance companies have to bid. It's not a hospital that's bidding on a service. It's an insurance company that's bidding on a service. And when that comes into play, what you find is when you look at our employee base, 50% of them do not live in Longmont, roughly. And so then you have other systems that come into play that can change the numbers in terms of what that looks like. So it is going through and being part of a self-insured plan where you have to go through the nuances of that. It's all of those numbers that start playing together, and it gives you the whole number. So it's the insurance companies that bid, and they have to look at things like wrap coverages and other components that go into the total cost of it.
Okay, we've got a motion. It's been seconded. Let's vote. Okay, it passes 7-0. Thank you, Vince.
Mayor Coombs, your next item then will be the budget presentation and a public hearing on the proposed 2016 operating budget and proposed 2016 through 2020 capital improvement program. Jim Golden will start this presentation off. Sorry, Teresa will start the presentation off.
Was yours already up? Mm-hmm. It's the last one. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Teresa Malloy, Budget Manager. And we do have a few items regarding our 2016 proposed budget to talk to you about this evening. The first one is our financial policies. So each year, as part of the normal budget process, staff does review and make updates to our financial policies. We then bring those to you, the revisions to you, and then they will be adopted by you all by resolution, and that will happen October 27th. Those financial policies then become effective the following January 1 for the new budget year. All of our financial policies that staff has reviewed are included in Attachment F for you this evening. We do have 3 policies that we want to highlight for you this evening that we feel are more than just minor wording changes, and those 3 policies are, so the first one is the sales and use tax allocation between the general fund and the public safety fund. So as we, the public improvement fund. So as we have been talking over the past couple meetings, our 2016 proposed budget does shift that allocation back to the 85% general fund and 15% public improvement fund. The second financial policy is the policy for the Human Service Agency funding. So our current financial policy it states that 1.6% of our general fund budgeted revenues will be set aside for Human Service Agency funding. And what staff is proposing is that we change that from all of our general fund budgeted revenues to just be tax revenues. And the way that we have defined that in our proposed policy is to be property tax, sales and use tax, cigarette tax, and then all of our franchises. And if we look at just those ongoing revenues and then back into a percentage that is equivalent to the same dollar amount that 1.6% of all of the general fund revenues were, which is the dollar amount that's included in our proposed budget, we come up with 2.07% of those revenues. So that's how we came up with the 2.07%, is really just, it is the same dollar number, we just backed into it. Yep, so 2.07% is the same dollar amount. So the reason that we are proposing this change is because many of our other general fund revenues are things such as fees for services. All of our recreation fees, for example, our building permit revenue. Those are revenues that are specifically collected for programs and aren't just general government revenues. Unlike the property tax, sales and use tax, are general tax revenues. And we are proposing this change so that we exclude those revenues in this calculation because they're really revenues collected specifically for that purpose.
Can I ask a quick question?
And then the third financial policy.
Member Levison.
Thank you. So, Teresa, why would we not also take revenue and set some aside from things like I don't know, penalties or some kind of action that the city took and collected revenue due to, I've got a really bad headache, so I can't really think of an example right now, but something the city would collect as a
fines,
for
instance.
Yes, like a fine or something like that for some kind of a civil violation, because that would be, is that considered revenue then?
In the general fund, yes, our fines and those types of revenues are definitely considered revenues in the general fund.
Was that included on the list you just read off?
No, it is not included in the 2.07%.
So why would we not include those?
We could look at that. I guess the reason that we're proposing not including those is because they're really, we don't consider them general government revenues. They are assessed for a specific purpose. They help offset costs of administering those programs. And in most cases, the fines that are charged do not offset 100% of the program's cost. Some do, but not all.
Okay.
That was why we excluded them.
Okay. I also want to express appreciation because when I came on council, I really did figure out pretty early on that this was not really an equitable way to, use what's coming in perhaps as grant revenue into general fund and allocate, 1.6% of it out, when really what we were expecting for the grant revenue was to use the full amount of the grant revenue, and it didn't seem like it had really anything to do except that we happened to be fortunate to receive a grant for something, and that we really needed the grant money to be focused on the program or the initiative that was the purpose why the grantor gave it to us. So I've been a big advocate of this, and I'm glad that we finally gotten to it. Thank you.
So our third financial policy is our general fund reserve policy. So Jim covered this with you. I believe it was the last council meeting, but we do wanted to call that to your attention this evening because it is more than just a minor wording change, and all of the numbers have been updated based on our 2015 proposed budget. So if you've got other questions on any of our other financial policies that we've included in Attachment F, we'd certainly be available to answer those questions. Otherwise, again, you will see these come back to you in the form of a resolution on the 27th.
Thank you. Mayor Coombs, members of council, I'm Jim Golden, Director of Finance. So we're going to have a few different presentations as part of this whole budget item tonight, and we'll have a few people stepping up here. I'm going to begin the discussion of the Longmont DDA budget, and I think Kimberly McKee is going to come down and join me here in a bit to finish it off. I'm going to just cover real quickly. I think as you're aware, the city and the DDA are separate entities, but the council has the authority to adopt the budget and the appropriations, and so we always do that as part of our overall city budget. There's 7 separate individual funds in the DDA, and there's also 2 other funds of the city that the DDA manages, the parking fund and the general improvement district. So these are the 7 funds that we include in this budget, although there is no proposed budget for the CDBG fund. That's typically not, that's just a loan repayment type fund. So the rest of these are all included within the budget document that you received. We do have some changes, though, that we wanted to bring to your attention. First off, we do have, within the budget, you'll see that the DDA's staff are allocated across 4 different funds. 2 of the DDA funds, the operating fund and the arts and entertainment fund, and then the 2 other city-type funds, the downtown parking fund and the Longmont General Improvement District, which is actually a 3rd entity altogether. So the staff within the DDA are allocated in different percentages amongst these 3 funds. Last week, the DDA board had their September board meeting, and they did propose some changes to the 2016 budget. The reason why these are late is we're awaiting the property tax projections that we obviously didn't receive till the end of August, so that we'd be able to see if we could afford to make some changes. So there are 2 changes. I'm not getting into all the detail within the budget otherwise, but there are those 2 changes, and I think Kimberly as well would like to talk to you about the DDA programs as well. So I'm going to turn it over to her as the first one.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, thank you so much for having me today, and I'd like to thank you all for your support of downtown. It's very important, and we're just so thankful for all of your support. Also of all the wonderful people that are making investment in downtown. The first proposed budget change from the board is to increase staffing of our administrative assistant. It was previously a 3/4 time, and then we proposed it to be 8.5, and now we would like to propose it to be full-time. It would increase some of our operating expense funds and our A&E fund. That really correlates with a need in more correspondence to businesses, our creative district, and our overall program implementations. One of the things that we've also done is become part of the Advanced Longmont through the Area Economic Council, and some of those things, I think a little help could help us implement those a little bit better. And the other proposed change is to start implementing project management fees to allocate staff time against TIF programming. The DDA mill levy is going to be subject to TIF calculations, and that's something that's new this year, that the state kind of decided that they were going to put the mill levy in the TIF calculations. So that resulted in a reduction of our operating fund property tax, which historically has been used for staff and implementation costs. So using a model that has been done by Fort Collins DDA, the board voted to propose charging a project management fee to the TIF projects that we're implementing. So that's things like Alleyscape, it's things like South Main Station, the streetscape that we're extending between 3rd and 1st. So it's those TIF related that do take a lot of staff time, legal time management to get those projects done, to make sure everyone's communicated with. We also do communication when there's city projects within downtown as well. So a project management fund would be established, and that would cover costs of operation and admin for those TIF projects. And then the board would evaluate what needs to be transferred. So this year, that would be $45,000. So it was change for all of the DDAs in the state that came after 31 years. And so this is one of the things that we're looking to do with that. And it's under part of the statute for DDAs. So I just wanted to point out just a few of the things that the DDA has been doing very quickly. Some of the things when we did our creative district report, if you remember 2 years ago, we talked about sign design standards and kind of getting signage in compliance in downtown. And we put with that some incentives to make sure that people that had to come into compliance or do different things didn't have too much of a burden. So we've spent about $9,288 on that to leverage $40,840 in signage improvements and upgrades in our downtown. When we look at our facade renovation grants, which are funded in part through the city with the development permits, we granted $57,701 to leverage $4.5 million in facade upgrades and improvements. And that includes Thompson Inn Tea House, the Longmont Brownstones, Rosalie's Pizza, and Boulder Business Products. We also do retail conversion grants, and we've had 3 of those. The DDA's put in $60,000 and leveraged $736,000 of investment. So we are seeing not only what we're doing, but private sector investments that have been increasing as well. So I just wanted to bring some of those things to your attention, and I would be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions? Great job.
Mayor, members of council, a couple more things on the DDA budget. I just wanted to point out that with the changes that Kimberly mentioned, as well as some errors that we identified in the original proposed budget, so we have included within the packet the 8 pages that address the DDA budget. It's attachment G to your packet, and it's pages S51 through S58. So those replace what was in the original proposed budget for 2016. And then I also included a lot of other material in your packet about the TIF, the history of the TIF, and how much has been authorized in the past and used, and how much is available to be used into the future. So I'm not covering that tonight, but that was just there for your information. So that's all on the DDA, and so we're going to move into the LED replacement program. So I think
Councilmember Christensen?
I will not move into it yet.
I just had one small question. On the tax increment financing, the parking structure at Roosevelt Apartments, did we fund all of that and they didn't fund any of that for the $2 million, or was that a shared expense? Excuse me, this was before my time.
Yeah,
here,
sure.
So
it was a shared expense,
Okay.
and how we looked at it is the ground floor of that will be public parking, and they
Okay.
maintain that. And over the next 20 years, they will give us, we'll get payments back of
Right.
about it's almost $900,000 that we will get back over the next 20 years
Okay.
as part of that investment.
Okay, thank you. That sounds like a good idea.
Any other DDA questions? So then the LED.
Just a minute, we do have one more. Councilmember Levison?
Yes, Kimberly, could you come down to the podium for just a second? So since it seems that we keep having chunks of the DDA converted to nonprofit tax status, has the DDA board ever thought about looking at a structure of payment in lieu of taxes?
No, it's not something that they have discussed. We did kind of look at a map as to what portions of it have gone nonprofit, but we have not had any discussions about that.
Because I could see that the more governmental and nonprofit entities that acquire property downtown, the increased burden of those properties that are left as being taxing entities, especially since, the increment has been cut because you're the second generation of DDA, causes me a lot of concern. And I know that in many other cities, not ours, but there have been not only discussions of payment in lieu of taxes, but also implementation of such a program. So, I'd be happy to come, and if you can get it on the agenda of your board, discuss that. I've read quite a few things about how this can continue to support, especially my concern is a special taxing district, because then the more properties that go off the tax rolls, you've already been, you have such a restricted second generation. However, the more that goes off the tax rolls, there's going to be a tipping point where you're not going to have an operational budget. And I just want to, see whether or not there could be some way, if we have some additional redevelopment that might be on land that's owned by a public entity, maybe if there's some kind of a, agreement for a parking garage that might include retail or whatever, to at least capture some of the improvement of what would have been just a flat parking lot into having some pilot come to the DDA. I am quite concerned about what the potential is. I mean, it's not bad to have new buildings and everything downtown, but when whole blocks get swallowed up, it is going to be affecting your budget. And I don't know whether or not you've taken a look at how much that affects the budget.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's certainly something we can continue to look into.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, it's something that I have brought to staff's attention about the county coming and buying up property either in downtown or in the city proper. So it might be that we have a conversation with the DDA board and council about how do we go about, do we have an IGA, do we develop an IGA with Boulder County for the city and the DDA to regarding purchases of property within the city limits and within the general business district number 1, because as Councilmember Levison has said, and I have stated prior, the continuation of Boulder County or any other not-for-profit coming in, yes, it does take property tax off the tax rolls. It's happened with Thistle at the cannery. It's happened over with the Hour Center moving, and it's happened when Boulder County, developed a whole block. Well, and the apartments, yes. I mean, the list goes on and on. But it's probably time for council, along with the DDA board, to have some sort of plan of talking to Boulder County about, okay, enough is enough. I've had at least 2 or 3 businesses come up to me when they purchased the lot on Terry Street, the parking lot at Terry Street, and all of a sudden no one can park there between 5 and 8 o'clock and 5 o'clock in the evening because it's Boulder County now. No one else was able to make an offer. Now, it's a private transaction between an individual and Boulder County. However, that does take money off the tax rolls as well. So I would hope, in looking at Harold and you, Kimberly, that we can at least work the 2 boards together to talk, not so much confront Boulder County, but at least have a conversation about those any further purchases that will take property off the tax rolls.
Councilmember Levison.
And I think this is a discussion for another time, but there are many, many examples of other cities who have really done a very successful payment in lieu of taxes system, and it's nothing anybody should be afraid of. But it's also, frankly, an acknowledgement that we still continue to provide services to those. I mean, each property and its use comes with a certain dollar amount of city services that we provide. Mm-hmm. And your institution provides additional services in a district that you have this overall vision for, and it would be really nice to get that additional layer of participation when we have these discussions. So if we can, really, the time has come, I think, to look at that.
Okay, Jim, I think you're up next.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I did just want to, and Harold, we just wanted to point out that we are working with the county on the church property that they bought that's supposed to be a surface lot, and I don't know if you got it already or if you will be getting our request for expression of interest to work and have that be a private-public partnership to get that back on the tax rolls, generating revenue and doing more than just parking. And I think that as we move forward, we will explore continued partnerships like that. How do we better utilize? How do we all utilize, even if it is nonprofit? How can we kind of get that for the whole benefit of the community? Not that the nonprofit isn't, because it definitely is, but how do we do some unique partnerships there? And I believe that we can really look at all of these other options in the future.
Thank you. Okay, so now we'll move on to the LED replacement program, right? Okay, so Robert Francis, electrical engineer with LPC, is going to cover this, I believe.
I do have PowerPoint. Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of the City Council. I am Robert Francis with Longmont Power and Communications. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to discuss LED street lighting and to highlight some of the efforts LPC has initiated to enrich the nighttime illumination of our city. So what began as a few trial programs for LED street lighting in South America and Europe back in 2006 has since spread to many different communities throughout the world. This has been driven in large part because of the immediate benefits that we've seen, such as lower electrical consumption, long lifespans, no exposure to elemental sodium or mercury or other toxic elements like that, more accurate color rendering as described by the color rendering index, which is basically a quantifying measure of the ability of a light source to faithfully reveal colors. So this is an example of a typical high-pressure sodium luminaire that we currently see throughout the city. They've been in production since 1964, and it operates by using a low-voltage arcing electricity that ignites xenon gas, which in turn ignites mercury and then heats up elemental sodium that produces that soft orange glow that we've seen for the last 50 years or so in our illumination. It does have decent efficacy in terms of lumens per watt, where a lumen is a measure of the total amount of visible light emitted from a given light source. Roughly 100 lumens per watt is characteristic for this type of bulb. And we do have a number that correlates to its color temperature, what we call the correlated color temperature, and it's described as 2100 degrees Kelvin. And if we look at this following graph right here, we actually see the progression from the low temperatures in Kelvin all the way to the higher temperatures, and we see the color changes from orange all the way up to soft blue. And through that progression, we see the color change from the bottom at high-pressure sodium up through daylight, which is at 5,000. So the color rendering index for these high-pressure sodium lamps are in the mid-20s, and that's compared to daylight, which we use as the ideal light source for this type of thing. So the ideal light source is ascribed CRI number of 100. So fast forward about 50 years, and now we have roadway luminaires that are LED based. So the means of light production occurs through a process that we call electroluminescence, which is essentially the emission of photons or light as electrical charge is applied across the semiconducting material. It too has great efficacy, but this is kind of dependent a little bit on the environment, in that colder weather tends to give better lumens output, but we do measure up to about 150 lumens per watt. because we're able to dictate the materials that's used for these types of diodes, we can vary the color temperature, the correlated color temperature as well, to produce the desired light that we know that we would like. And this in turn has us to have a varying color rendering index as well. So coming back to Longmont now, back in 2009, 6 years ago, LPC began investigating LED technologies for street lighting. We applied for and received a grant from the Department of Energy through their Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Program. That $10,000 was used to solicit bids from various manufacturers to see if we could start a trial program for the city. During that time, 8 manufacturers were selected to provide Cobra head LED replacements. The powers ranged from these replacements from 48 to 150 watts, and this is coming down from the initial 250 watt HPS luminaires that are currently in play. The color temperatures range from 4,000 to 5,500 degrees Kelvin, which, if you can remember back to that slide that I showed you from soft white up to 5,500 is about the equivalent of daylight color temperature. At that time, 6 years ago, the price per fixture averaged $1,500 to $2,500. Observations that we had after a 17-month trial period, there were no failures observed. This was a great plus for us. All luminaires used less energy. We actually went out and measured the actual energy consumption that each used. Some used less energy than others. It was kind of a mixed bag there in that response. We did have great feedback from Longmont Police Department. They really enjoyed the color rendering abilities of the LEDs. What we found was that 4,000 degrees Kelvin showed the most natural illumination, and what we would consider natural would be something akin to moonlight in this instance. We did see a directional light pattern which was quite fantastic, because what this means is that traditional illumination it emits light in an omnidirectional pattern spherically out from the source. LEDs by nature are inherently unidirectional, meaning that we can focus them much like a spotlight, I suppose, how we could describe that. In this instance, the directional light pattern means that we can focus the light where we want it to go, whether it be on the road or on the sidewalk, and not so much into people's yards or into people's homes. The pricing did significantly decrease. In that 18 months that we saw, the pricing for those same fixtures decreased to about a third of what they were originally costing. And this was back in 2012. So some decisions were made by LPC at that time. The first was that we realized we really needed to update our street light design guidelines. It hadn't been updated since 1992, and with the advances of technology, as it were, we were no longer dependent upon describing illumination in terms of wattage, where if you had a 250 watt bulb, you knew it was going to automatically illuminate just this amount right here. Now we go over to lumens. Additionally, we decided that the color coordinated temperature of 4,000 Kelvin most naturally fit what we see as moonlight. New developments in construction use LED lighting technologies in their designs when they submit it to us, and existing HPS failures would now be replaced with LED equivalents. So in 2014, a little over a year ago, we put an inquiry for bid out for two purposes. One is to look at pricings for our Cobra Head roadway luminaires as well as our post ops. So the Cobra Head street lights that we found, we did award a bid to Cooper Lighting. They offered us the most competitive package that fit with our newly evolved standards that we wanted to have for illumination. The decorative post ops, however, there was no award given. It was still very cost prohibitive at that time in relation to the street light LEDs themselves, the Cobra Head. So what have we done to date? So over the past 3 years, LPC has worked with the Boulder County Youth Corps, and we've replaced approximately 9,825 pedestal CFL and incandescent light bulbs throughout the city. So the CFLs were averaging about 3 watts per fixture. Now then the LEDs average about 10 watts per fixture. For the street light, for the luminaires, for the HPSs, What we've done is since 2011, we've installed over 350 LED luminaires throughout the city. Most notably this year, we focused along Main Street and Ken Pratt Boulevard, as well as the area outside the Civic Center here and Ken Pratt Parkway, that bridge that goes over 2nd Avenue. Moving forward, oh, and these are indicated in blue, by the way. Moving forward, illustrated in green, we propose for next year to replace approximately 619 HPS luminaires throughout the city. As you can see, we're going to focus mostly along Hover Road, finish out Main Street, and go down, finish through Ken Pratt Boulevard as well, out through the far eastern reaches of our service area. Our estimated cost for this is going to be approximately $227,000, including parts and labor. In 2017, we see from the previous graph that the greens have become the blues. Now the greens indicate what we like to do in 2017 is work on 17th Avenue as well as Mountain View and Pikes Peak, finish out 3rd down to where it connects up to Ken Pratt, and that's going to be about 690 luminaires replaced. And the estimated cost for this is running about $229,000. Moving forward into 2018, we have identified about 820 or so HPS luminaires, and you can see we're going to really dial it into the downtown area there and try and hit as much of the bigger roads as we can during that. Estimated cost for this will be approximately $238,000. And then in 2019, we're going to look at west of Hover into our service area and Hygiene, as well as a little bit north there up to 66 from 17th Street. 745 luminaires were identified. Estimated cost for this phase would be about $223,000. And then finally, in 2020, we move forward. 760 HPS luminaires. We're going to finish out the rest of the downtown area on some of the other roads, the smaller roads, as well as down in the Prospect area, and then moving east past Lashley out to County Line and finish out our service area, so that by the time we finish, we'll have for that phase it would be $227,000, and then in the end, what we're going to do is over the next 5 years, we're going to convert approximately 3,700 of the old HPS street lights to LED luminaires. And the basis for this is LED street lighting. We enjoy long lifespans. Now, I alluded to that earlier. But what I mean by that is that the material itself has a rating of almost 100,000 hours and plus in many cases. And this translates to approximately maybe 23, 24 years. The current HPS bulbs that we do use nowadays, maybe a 3 to 5 year lifespan on that. So but the limiting driver on this is the electronics involved with the circuitry, so that we're really only getting our rating is about 60,000 hours, which we call just a little over 13 and a half years, as compared to the 3 to 5 years of the HPS luminaires. LED street lighting, as I said earlier, we don't have elemental sodium in there or mercury, so in case something damages or breaks, we don't have to go through a huge environmental mitigation procedure to try and clean up a spill like that. It does provide more accurate color rendering. I told you before, daylight has a CRI in outdoor illumination of 100, so what we see with high-pressure sodiums, it's a CRI of 21. With LED, at the white that we're looking at, it has a CRI of about 70. And so if you can tell from this picture here that you do see a better illumination. You can see objects more clearly in this picture here. And here's the fun part. We will consume less electricity right here. Already we're at the end of this project, once all these luminaires have been replaced, we will start seeing 60% less electricity consumption from what we were seeing before. That's a huge reduction in what we're currently doing. We're going to see 1.25 million kilowatt hours reduced per year. This translates to up to 1,500 metric tons of carbon dioxide we're going to decrease per year, reducing our carbon footprint, not putting so much of the pollutants up into the air. And here's the big one. $100,000 savings at our current rates, per year. So the total cost of this project right now are estimated at about $1.143 million. Up through next year, our funding is going to be through our LPC maintenance budget. That's how it's been thus far. From 2017 through 2020, our funding is going to be included in LPC's rate study. Our estimated return on investment for this project after completion is about 6.5 years for those LEDs that are, or for those luminaires that are 175 watts and below currently. And there's about 1,600 of those throughout the city. And then 8.5 years for 250 watts, and there's about 2,100 of those. Now, a lot of you guys here, I'm sure, have seen already that there are municipalities and cities that are claiming 3 to 5 year return on investments from their conversion to LEDs. Well, one of the beautiful things about Longmont is that we enjoy some of the lowest rates that we buy wholesale from Platte River Power Authority. So that's going to extend our return on investment out just a little bit.
Yeah.
So with that, I would like to thank everyone again, Mayor Coombs, as well as the council members. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions you might have.
Well, no questions, but a comment. I actually went on a tour in Seattle of the neighborhood. It was all decked out with all these new LED street lights, and some of the data that they showed, I think it was about a 4-year payback, but they have different rate structures. Right. But another big thing is it actually decreased crime by 15% in these neighborhoods, which was a big surprise to them. So there's other potential things that could help. I mean, this is a great example of how we're looking at sustainability, not only financial, but to our climate and carbon and everything else without a sustainability plan. So, I mean, I've always said this, that the people here in our city are always thinking about sustainability. What's the best, 10-year life cycle payback. So, I just think kudos to Tom and his organization for looking ahead and making this all possible. I think we're moving in the right direction. And it was a great presentation. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So in your ROI calculation, you took into account all the labor and everything you spend replacing luminaires currently, as well as the cost of the lamp?
Yes, sir. In addition to that, we also factored in an inflation rate of approximately a conservative value of 2% a year inflation rate, which could be more than that. Well, we don't know. Cost of parts and labors as they increase as well as what the cost was to replace existing HPS luminaires with like substitutes. So just going from one 250-watt HPS to another 250-watt HPS. We took those differentials into account as well.
So what's the net present value of this project?
I'm sorry?
What's the net present value of the project?
The net present value? I'm not quite certain I understand that question.
You're not a capital improvement guy.
No, Councilmember, I'm not. I'm just an engineer.
Because that's usually how I've always had to justify my projects, is to say, the present value of this project is X. So you're going to save $100,000 a year, but what's the value of the project overall?
Will it cost us overall?
No, it's a different calculation.
Oh, okay.
So you didn't do it.
Forgive me.
All right, thanks.
Councilmember Christensen.
Thank you for this presentation. It's very illuminating, so to speak. And this is really exciting because this will save us so much money and so much time in not having to have people continually replacing bulbs and it saves so much energy and time. Two things that are just my own personal opinion. I know the police like brighter, bluer things, but I don't want to see the nighttime turned into the daytime, and I don't want my neighborhood looking like a strip mall. I like warmer, lower light, That's just my opinion. The other thing is that we have beautiful lighting all along 3rd Avenue. It's warm, and the fixtures, the pedestal lamps, which are taller than the ones you showed there, are very, very nice. the little ones that you showed in that one picture that you see all over poorer neighborhoods in Longmont, to me they're always wonky and sideways. They don't look good. I would like to see us, piece by piece, try to replace them with something that looks better, more like what we have on 3rd Avenue. Thank you.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you. I just, as a spouse of an astronomer who had, when we lived in Flagstaff, we're fighting the dark skies flight. What does this do to the overall light pollution? Does it increase it, the brightness, or is it going to be less invasive light pollution?
I can answer that for you. It absolutely puts the light down and not into the skies.
Well, that's where it's shielded down, but is the overall light, when Councilmember Christensen was talking about the brightness and the quality of it, I know you can shield things, but in general, I guess I could go home and ask the old man, but, it is a concern that, from miles off that, we see, in particular, there's one section of I-25 around Colorado Springs where you come down the highway and there are all these bright lights everywhere, and that it's really affecting our, ability, even as human beings, to distinguish night from day when you get that much light all the time everywhere. So that's just, I know we don't have much great observing time because of light pollution, but I'd like to be able to preserve some of it. I do like the fact that we're going to be saving a lot of money. Moving forward, when there's the next big leap in technology, are we looking forward to say, okay, if there's another, as you mentioned, how much the price has gone down, when there's the next technological breakthrough, do we have enough of this being a plug-in component that we can unplug the old stuff and plug in the new stuff? Are they going to be designing that way, or are the companies going to redesign the head so much that you have to buy all the parts new again?
Yes, council member. From what I've seen so far is that this technology is cutting edge right now. The LED technology is bleeding edge technology that's being promoted and used throughout the world. If you look at what we've been using previously, these HPSs and HIDs, this technology has been here since the early 60s, and it's taken 50 years to take that next step. I'm not saying it's going to take 50 years to take the step after LEDs, but that technology's, I haven't seen anything that's going to replace that so far. But I don't know everything that's going on in the world right now in terms of that research. So.
Thanks.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. The mayor leaned over and said, as the implementation of this proceeds, hopefully prices will continue to drop. So I really appreciate that forethought of looking at potential price increases. Apparently you've been talking to Jim quite a bit, maybe. But I do appreciate that. But saving time and having people go up on the pole, through the bucket trucks and what have you to replace those. We had them in my old neighborhood. We have them in my new neighborhood. To see them replaced with something that, well, I would like to see it a little bit brighter, but I don't want it as bright as day outside either. But it is something that Longmont Police Department would greatly appreciate, because the hue of orange does not give accurate colors when you're trying to find a suspect or a suspect vehicle. But with all that said, and I think, and I'll reiterate what the mayor said, is that we do in Longmont sustainability. It's different in each of the departments. They find different ways of doing it, not only to better our environment, but also to save tax dollars in the long run. So when people have asked me, well, why are you doing this, or why are you doing that? Why did you put solar panels over at Sunset Pool, not Sunset Pool, but Centennial Pool, Or why are there solar panels on the Civic Center? Because it ends up saving money. And also helps our environment. We're not putting so much carbon dioxide into the environment. So thank you for the presentation. Did pretty well for your first time.
All right. Do you have more, Jim? Oh.
We're not liking Jim right now. Oh, it's Sandy.
Okay, Mayor Coombs, members of council, Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager, and I'm here to give you a brief flood recovery update as it relates to the budget. In this year's CIP, you'll see pretty much two big, gigantic flood recovery projects. One is the St. Vrain Channel improvements, and the other one is the St. Vrain Greenway improvements. The St. Vrain Channel improvements are obviously the biggest challenge that we're having right now as far as funding when it comes to flood recovery. The project is $92 million, and 37.5 is being shown as funded, and the rest of it currently is unfunded. And so really trying to take a look, I'm sorry, some of that comes from FEMA and state reimbursements, but a significant amount is still unfunded. And so I know that people in Public Works are working on different kinds of grants, and we're looking at different kinds of options. And as those bids come in, we'll continue to refine costs. But this is obviously the biggest chunk that is still the unknown when it comes to flood recovery in Longmont. The second one is the St. Vrain Greenway improvements. This is to continue the flood damage by the Greenway, on the Greenway, and this is the final funding from the park maintenance fee for flood recovery. So this one is the one that sunsets. This is the $2 that sunsets in 2016. There's lots of other CIP projects going on right now. When you look at the FEMA list, there's 34 project worksheets is what we call them. All of them have multiple projects within them. These are sort of the two big ones that we wanted to highlight for flood recovery, as they will be ongoing probably at least 5 to 7, if not 10 years, depending on the where they are in the different projects. We just want to keep it in mind. When you're talking about the operating budget, we've sort of hit a point in flood recovery where we have added some different staff. We've gotten different fund reimbursements. I wanted to kind of give you an update on where we were generally with revenues. We have lots of funding sources. The biggest one, obviously, right now is FEMA and the state reimbursement at the 85% of costs. I should point out that we are asking for reimbursements as much as we can, and we're pushing the envelope as much as we can, but there's no guarantee of those 100% funds coming back. At this point, we have requested $13 million and received about 10. That's pretty good. But there's still 20-some million dollars to be expended, or some of that already has been expended. And so what we're finding is we're now in the loop where the state understands the policies better, what they want to see in the audits, and they're starting doing closeouts, which means that we're getting things kicked back, and it's a fabulous cycle that we are working through. The CDBG-DR is the other kind of big funding pot when it comes to flood recovery pieces, and Kathy Fedler and her team have done just a tremendous job facilitating the collaborative, the Boulder County Collaborative, and seeking and getting the sub-allocation for round 2, and hopefully, fingers crossed, round 3 as well for funding from HUD. This is more flexible funding when it comes to putting infrastructure back together, but has different kinds of restrictions around LMI and trying to make sure that we're serving all members of our community appropriately. So that's good news. Those are good news. Those are big pieces of funding that we're just trying to make sure that we are handling appropriately, which sort of leads to where is the staffing coming from for all this. So when you're taking a look at $150 million in flood recovery projects, plus all the housing projects, plus all the needs of individuals, it takes some more people to do that. So in this budget are 9 FTE that Jim has laid out for everyone in the council communication. That includes CDBG-DR funded folks, as well as a couple project engineers for Public Works, a couple people in shared services, which include our procurement backfill and an administrative backfill to try to help with some of this. In addition, what you'll see is we are in the process of appropriating 8 additional flood recovery positions, and Jim highlighted those also in your council communication. This includes somebody to actually help with accounting on the OEM side. This also includes an additional administrative assistant to try to kind of help with all the closeout process. And I tried to count. I've been meeting with people to kind of go back through flood recovery and make sure that I understand the processes and how we're pulling together to make sure that, well, 1, we don't screw up this funding, but 2, that we're connecting all the dots at the right place. I counted on my fingers and toes and then some, and then Teresa's fingers, at least 25 city staff in addition to these that are working on flood recovery projects today that make up a significant amount of their job. And that does include Harold and Dale and Nick and Kim and, you know, all the different folks that still have tremendous impact by this flood. So I just wanted to mention that kind of at the end of this, that, you know, there's so much more to come. And I think people, you know, hopefully are feeling safe and feeling good, and that's good. I just want to make sure that it stays in front of the council because we have a lot of work to do, and we're pushing people pretty hard to do it. Thank you. I think next is back to Jim. Any questions on flood recovery as it comes to budgeting and planning?
I just think you do a great job.
It is everybody pulling together. I can't believe the dedication of our city staff in this process. Thank you, Mayor.
So one of the things I just wanted to, Dale will be talking about the National Disaster Resiliency Grant application that we're working on and bringing that to council in the near future. Actually, he spent most of the day with the state working through that in terms of the timelines. But what I wanted to say is that the grant request that we're putting in is significant. And so we are also cognizant in this process is that if we are fortunate enough to receive some of that funding, we know that it will place additional demands on our internal staff members in terms of pushing the projects through. And so when we look at the staffing levels, we are keeping that in mind as we continue to move forward.
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Just while we're on flood recovery, I'm sorry, Jim. Harold, you updated us on the Sunset Bridge project in an email. Would you go ahead and just give us a brief update on that currently? So the paper or whoever else is watching can understand what we've gone through to try to get this to where it is now? Yes, I think Nick is back here behind me, and he can probably come up and help too, because I can't remember all of the dates off the top of my head. But one of the things that I think is important to understand about the Sunset Bridge project is that it is not a typical construction project that we're used to doing. Typically we do, and we have the funding, we go forward, we bid it, and we're under construction. This project was significantly different because, as we've stated before, believe it or not, Sunset Bridge is actually on the National Highway map. And so because it was on the, is that right? Yeah. Okay, it was on the National Highway map. So because it was on the National Highway system, not map, the National Highway system, when we looked at the flood funding in this case, where FEMA may have funded it in the past, it didn't, and so they had to get the funding from the Federal Highway Administration. And so that created a completely different process that we had to go through. At that note, I see or hear Dale or Nick behind me, but I will ask them to go over the details of the process. But basically, in a nutshell, what it meant is we had to get special approvals from CDOT, from the Federal Highway Administration, and it wasn't something where we could just go out and bid the project and get under construction. So, Nick, you probably had a chance to find that email.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of council. Nick Wolfram, Director of Engineering Services for the City of Longmont. As Harold said, Sunset Street, we were actually a little surprised to find out right after the flood is actually a federal aid highway. And so rather than going through FEMA, as we have on other projects, we had to go through the Federal Highway Administration and the Colorado Department of Transportation. The other interesting challenge that we faced is that the Sunset Street Bridge is in Boulder County still. It's never been annexed to the city, and so that is there. So really, you know, while it has certainly been 2 years since the flood, really about the first year were Boulder County and the Federal Highway Administration kind of wrangling through the financing issues with Sunset Street Bridge. It's really been about a year since we started the design, so within 1 year we've been able to complete the design, acquire the necessary right-of-way, and are now out to bid on the project. And are glad to do that with the help of purchasing. We were able to work through that process with the state. And
I found it. Do you want me to go over it?
You beat me to it. I was scrolling down while I was talking.
So, Nick said on September 21st, we received the Federal Highway Administration's authorization to advertise the bid, Sunset Street Bridge project. It was advertised on September 23rd. They'll advertise the project for 3 weeks and are scheduled to open bids on Wednesday, October 14th. They're estimating that it'll take approximately 1 week to review the bids, check references, and prepare a summary of award, again, for CDOT review. So that has to go to CDOT for them to review. It's not like our typical process. It's expected that it'll take CDOT approximately 2 weeks to review it. After, my eyes are going.
After awarding the project.
After awarding the project, they will be able to schedule pre-construction meeting and provide notice to proceed to the contractor to begin construction. They're estimating that that will begin in approximately November 16th. In that time frame, again, there's other moving parts and other agencies that have to review this, so that is an estimate of the time frame to begin construction.
And that would be finishing construction in spring, April of 2016 is our target goal. And once again, that is going to be, it has been designed, and it will be constructed as a bridge that will pass the new 100-year storm flows. That was part of the design criteria that actually changed midway through the project with the new flood flows being established by CDOT and the Colorado Water Conservation Board. But all that being said, we're in great shape, and we're looking forward to getting that started and under construction, as I know the community is.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely. Thank you. You're right, Mayor. Thank you very much, Nick, Harold, and Dale, and everyone else that's been involved in this project. We have always a lot of questions regarding Sunset Bridge. While the flood recovery was brought up, I thought it was maybe a good time to, those that are still awake, to hear that we're out to bid and construction hopefully as early as November 16th with a completion date in early April of 16. Thank you.
I would also say that as we're talking about bridges, we're obviously working on Main Street. We anticipate that the Main Street bridge construction should be starting probably about mid-October. We've awarded that construction contract, and that contractor is working on their pre-construction issues, and we'll be starting middle of this month on that project, and look forward to getting that one underway also.
Councilmember Levison?
I know we've done a great job with signage, and my one suggestion is, like, even if we get a cheap banner, put it up there at Boston Avenue and say, under construction. When we start that, I want everybody sitting at that light on Sunset to see, this big old sign that says, coming soon, a new bridge. No, I just think that people are really, from both sides, just because people will have some curiosity, and it would just be nice to make a big splash announcement. I know the Times Call will help us out. But one other thing, let's not have the ribbon cutting on April 1st, because people may not really believe it's there. Maybe we should have it like on a day where everybody knows where their money is going on April 15th on tax day. Then people can know that the government is still working for them when they're paying those taxes. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor, members of council, the next part of this presentation is on property tax revenue and funding options that we have identified. So as you know, we've been talking to you about over the last couple of presentations about our general fund budget and how much property tax was originally budgeted in there. We had an increase of $1.8 million over the 2015 budget levels. Talked to you about the fact that we had preliminary assessed valuations that identify up to $650,000 more of property tax that we have not included in our proposed budget as of yet, and that there is still, of course, the possibility of that being reduced in November when we receive our final certifications. So we told council that we would come back with some potential options for the use of the remaining $650,000 of property tax. So the options that we've identified include increasing the amount of resources that we devote towards the Affordable Housing Fund. And the current proposed budget has $250,000 of ongoing dollars from the general fund and $50,000 of one-time dollars going to affordable housing, and then another $75,000 of Human Service Agency funding, at least in 2016, is programmed from the general fund to the Affordable Housing Fund. Other options are to move funding for some of our proposed general fund one-time expenses from one-time to ongoing. Some of these do actually recur year after year, and it would make sense to do these with ongoing dollars if those are available. We identified for you in the communication some specific one-time type expenses or proposed one-time expenses that would fall into those categories, including PC replacements, phone and video system maintenance, bulletproof vest replacements, taser replacements, and citywide mosquito control. The other option is to, in general, reduce the general fund budget reset gap, which is estimated at $600,000. And then one late entry that I didn't put into your communication, but has just come up since we put that together in the last week, is that we do have an adjustment that we need to make to the pay plan for 2016 in the fire pay plan due to increases from our collective bargaining agreement. We do have some compression issues that we need to take care of towards the top of the fire department. So there is a certain amount of dollars that we need to consider moving into ongoing for that purpose. I have that number in here in a couple of minutes here. So our recommendations based on those options, our staff's recommendations would be first to increase funding to the Affordable Housing Fund by $175,000, which would bring the total ongoing funding for this purpose to $500,000. That would be $425,000 ongoing from the general fund and an additional $75,000 from the Human Agency Service funding, also from the general fund. Total of $500,000 overall. We would then remove the $50,000 of one-time funding that we had proposed to put into the Affordable Housing Fund and suggest that that instead be redirected to the Public Improvement Fund to be used to fund infrastructure projects. Second recommendation is to fund proposed PC replacements in the general fund of $143,160 on an ongoing basis. So this is one of those one-time expenses that I identified, but one thing about this one is that this is a specific budget reset item that we've identified as part of that $600,000. So again, now if we were to do this, we would recommend taking the one-time dollars that we were going to use for this instead and redirect those dollars to the Public Improvement Fund as well. And then we have moving the $147,665 of the other one-time expenses that I identified: phone and video system maintenance, bulletproof vests, taser replacements, and mosquito control. Again, that would free up one-time dollars to transfer to the Public Improvement Fund. So the three of those combined add up to $340,825, which we could then redirect towards the infrastructure projects that we had to cut when we were putting together the proposed 2016 budget for the Public Improvement Fund. So what we would recommend there is that we restore the amounts that we cut from the PB 82, which is municipal buildings HVAC replacements, $60,000 that was originally requested that we cut, and PB 80 municipal buildings boiler replacement, another $50,000 that was originally requested. And then finally, the balance of $230,825 we would add to the PB1, which is municipal buildings roof improvements. That's not restoring what was originally requested there, but it is giving it some additional resources to put us in a little bit of a stronger position moving into 2016 budget there. And then we also recommend funding the $22,783 of the pay plan adjustment for the fire, pay plan for compression issues. And then the remaining balance is $161,392. And we suggest that that be put in an account that can remain unspent if necessary. In the event that we do have a decrease in the final assessed valuation, we can reduce that to offset any decrease in that property tax revenue. We do recommend that it be budgeted, though. All property tax revenue under the state law has to be budgeted to be used, so that's why we're suggesting putting it into an account in a non-departmental area. And if, in fact, down the road it doesn't get decreased, we have an opportunity, which I'm sure that we would probably have an endless supply of unfunded projects that come up in 2016 to be considered. So. Oops, I will leave it at that. So any questions or comments on the property tax funding options?
Oh, excuse me. Councilmember Christensen?
This is just a question for my ignorance. What do you mean by compression?
So, and Joanne Zias is here, and she could probably talk about it a little bit better. But so, because of the increase in the top level of the firefighter, what level position is it? Lieutenants or the top folks that are included in the collective bargaining agreement, and how much they get paid compared to the assistant fire chiefs is starting to become compressed between the two. Assistant fire chiefs are not part of the collective bargaining agreement. We explained that there's a large increase in pay for the CBA members as opposed to those that are not part of the CBA. So that's causing compression issues where there are also some overtime issues that fall into consideration with FLSA laws with fire staff that are also a factor there. So in order to make sure that the folks that are above them are earning more than the folks that work for them, that's the compression issue.
Specifically, I think industry standard, you tend to want to be around the 10% range in that neighborhood, and this was in the neighborhood of 4%. So what you want to have long-term is you want to have the ability, if there's a retirement or a vacancy, that there's actually an incentive for people to apply for those positions. And so they were substantially off of what that industry standard of 10% typically looks like.
Other questions? Okay, so I'm going to check in at this point because we did want to, we do have scheduled a public hearing on the budget. We do want to, before we go into that public hearing, make a brief presentation on a CIP project that a question was raised on tonight. And I also have scheduled the priority-based budgeting information. So if the council prefers, I can put off the priority-based budgeting until next week. Probably could do a better presentation next week than I could tonight anyway. So.
All right. I think that I'd prefer that, but.
Sounds good. All right.
We can still have the public hearing, though, I guess.
Well, before we do that, I think we wanted to have Nick Wolfram back up to talk about the T127. I guess it's the project that was brought up earlier tonight. They're in public invited to be heard. So.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs, members of council. Nick Wolf from the Engineering Services. The question that I think came up earlier today was, or earlier this evening, was in relationship to the railroad crossing at First and Emery that's being done jointly, actually, between the city and that developer. And it was the city entered into an agreement with that developer to split the costs. So the $1 million that was allocated for that night was split 50-50 between the city and the developer. One of the other things to be clear on the cost, that's a very, very complicated railroad crossing and intersection because of the spacing between the railroads and First Avenue, and it also requires the installation of a traffic signal as part of it to allow clear out of that if vehicles are in that area when a train comes. So that adds probably about $250,000 to it. But it is there's I think 3 crossings there also. So it's a very complicated one. When you look at the overall T94 project on quiet zones, with the 17 crossings that the city has, it's about a $7 million cost. And we did a study in 2010, I believe. We completed that. Thank you. That looked at those preliminary costs. So we've just kind of inflated those since then to do, and I'm not sure what actual costs we'd see if we went back to the railroad, which does the majority of that work on that. So I'd be cautious with that number also. The question arose earlier about the costs of what the crossings would be in the Old Town area, and actually, because of the fact that when you do a crossing, you have to do everything within a quarter mile because they start to sound their horns a quarter mile ahead of the next crossing. That if you looked just at that, that means in order to do any of that Old Town area around Atwood, you have to do all the way from 3rd Avenue to 9th Avenue. So the estimated costs are roughly between about $2.5 million to about $3.4 million to do those. I updated that a little bit from that email as I looked at those because, and that depends on whether you would do all of those or the lower cost actually included closing, for example, 4th and 6th and not doing that. That would probably be complicated also because the train would start to sound its horn right just south of 3rd Avenue for the First and Emory crossing and also the Main Street crossing, so it's behind that. So you almost really need to go all the way to Main Street before you start to make that quiet zone area work in that. But it is a very expensive undertaking. So.
Thank you. Councilor Levison.
I guess, Nick, part of the conundrum here is that, when you look at the project T94, it shows that Emory and Main Street crossings are in Phase 6. So the assumption is that when you're going to do a crossing, like the First and Emory one, that it's not just an improvement of the intersection, it also will be built to a quiet zone standard, won't it not?
The First and Emory intersection is being built to that.
To a quiet zone
to a quiet zone standards, but once again, you would have to, in order to make it a quiet zone, you'd have to also make Main Street a quiet zone, Kimbark Street a quiet zone, and Terry Street a quiet zone, because they're within that zone, within that quarter-mile spacing of that. So you have to do all of those in order to make that work.
So I guess part of what we should do for transparency and honesty about this is to take that portion of Phase 6 under the unfunded Project T94 and take Emory Street off of it, First and Emory, and then leave Main Street there and simply acknowledge that a portion of this is taken off, because there are 7 phases, and if you look at the equity issue, I think that Mr. Jacoby pointed out that when you compare all the different CIP items that include the railroad, it doesn't seem to make sense to the general public that something that was a Phase 6 is getting put to the head of the line and being funded to the tune of $1 million when the public looks at the CIP and says the total for all 6 phases is only 4.4. So my suggestion is that when we're looking at these other projects, that we actually go back into the unfunded section and amend them, frankly, and come up with a new estimate, because I think people were very much concerned to see $1 million being devoted to something that was going to benefit essentially one property owner, when there was misery up and down for maybe more than 1,000 households. And you can't blame people for bringing up the RTD equity issue when it's kind of the same thing, as he pointed out. I'm pretty frustrated with the quiet zone issue. I'm losing a lot of sleep, as are my neighbors. So I would like to see whether or not we can't get something started on the quiet zone, pull something off of the unfunded status to start working on some of those other intersections. you know, I make a, you know, maybe I'll make a motion later on to say, I'm going to pull off 127 and not fund it until we get something on one of the other ones.
Acting Mayor for just a second. Anything else, Mr. Wolf?
Once again, I think the only thing I would say about the First and Emory project is, while we're designing it as a quiet zone to implement it, the primary issue that was related to it in conjunction with the development is one of safety. As the traffic volume increases, will come into that because of that development. So that was the starting point of that, not as a quiet zone, because as I said, it will not be implemented as a quiet zone until other projects surrounding it are.
Anything else?
That's it.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So just to be clear, it's my understanding that quiet zones are only relate to the train horn. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So we still have those bells, right? There's bells at the intersection going.
The bells would also be the bells will go off when the gates come down.
So it's relatively quiet zone. Right?
It is in particular because the bells sound at the intersection, the train horns sound a quarter mile in advance
away, right.
of that, and then travel along through that.
Just to it's semi-quiet.
Yeah.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. And I'm looking at the train horn and quiet zone rules right now on the on the website of the feds, the Federal Railroad Administration. And basically, you may establish a quiet zone, but they can still blow the whistles. So, and instead of posturing about I'm going to pull this off and campaigning, let's see about what we can do instead of I'm going to maybe hold something hostage. Being more productive about seeing what we can do with the money that what we have is probably more beneficial than saying I'm going to make motions to withhold funding for other things. And that doesn't help. We all, some more than others, are directly impacted by the train horns and the rules and regulations that the Federal Railroad Administration put forth years ago. But as we've heard about since I've been on council, with various presentations regarding quiet zones, they're very expensive, and the quarter mile going through the majority of the middle of town may not work if we just put one in. It's not going to work unless we put them all in. So unless there's a way to get some federal funding, which I did see Windsor did get some money, we should, and as we have been with our congressional delegation, getting the Federal Railroad Administration to open up the rules regarding train horns and quiet zones. Perhaps there's some, we continue to push and prod the congressional delegation as well as the Federal Railroad Administration. Perhaps there's some money out there that we can potentially use. So we're not having to spend upwards of $7-8 million trying to get these all implemented quickly. It's going to be a piecemeal thing that you've told us about, Nick. But grandstanding at 10:45 doesn't help.
Councilmember Levison.
So, Nick, I would just like staff to go back and take a look at trying to find some money for additional quiet zones. I mean, we've talked about this, and I remember Councilmember Samori very much pushed to reprioritize the phases, to do the residential stuff first, and that didn't happen. So this is a longstanding discussion from council, and I really do want to make a stand because I really feel that we've got to start somewhere. So where are we going to find the money? We can find the money if someone else is willing to pony up half But I know people that have talked to me and said, well, if we want to tax ourselves to pony up the money, tell me how we do that. You know, if you want to create a special taxing district so we can pay for quiet zones, people have come forward and said, what do we need to do? So I would really like staff to find a way to get some other quiet zone construction, whether or not it creates a quiet zone, but to look at rebuilding at least one other intersection along, you know, the residential parts of the phasing, and at least correct the project T94 and take off Emory Street, and then readjust the budget to be realistic, because I don't think anybody in the general public realized it had been inflated to $7 million as opposed to, you know, 4.4. So that's my request.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I have no problem with getting some information, although that we did have a taxing district for Fire Station 5. And after a while, those people got very upset that they were paying a special assessment that no one else was paying, and council at that time rescinded that. So I'd be very cautious about doing a taxing district to fund quiet zones. And as I recall, the two members of council that are still here, myself and Councilmember Levison, you were very adamant about not having that taxing district for the Fire Station 5.
Councilmember Moore.
Just to clear things up too, that taxing district was dissolved after the fire station was paid for.
No.
No.
That's not correct.
It's not. Councilmember Santos.
Actually, Councilmember Moore, the council rescinded that, and the city in general paid it off before the time was done for the taxing district. That I recall because I remember Jim having, you know, he kept a good poker face, but he knew that was an expense that the city was not ready to carry at that time, but we found a way to do it.
Okay. Councilmember Moore.
I think we got to make sure that we make it to the end of the meeting. It's 10:45, so I'd like to move that we finish the agenda.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote.
Hold on. Before we vote, let's just try to keep our comments focused and get through the agenda, because we could totally be out of here by way earlier than now. And we're not the only ones here, but I'm looking at the faces of staff, and they have families and work in the morning too. So I'm going to vote against it, but I would ask everybody, please keep your comments to a minimum and let's go home.
All right. It passes 6-1 with Councilmember Bagley voting against it.
Okay, Mayor and City Council, our municipal charter requires that we hold a budget public hearing on or before October 1st, and that we advertise that public hearing at least 5 days prior to the meeting. We did this. We advertised that in the Times Call. The city, historically, even though our charter only requires one budget hearing on or before October 1st, the city typically holds 2 public hearings. So we will again have another public hearing next week, and that will also be advertised in the Times Call. So the budget numbers that we put in the council communication, total budget numbers, just want to point out that they are the budget numbers that were included in the proposed document. They do not include any of the changes or proposed changes that you've heard about this evening. So the 2016 proposed budget totals $300.6 million, which includes $78.1 million in capital improvement program projects that are shown in our 2016 to 2020 CIP. The budget for the general fund is $72.375 million. The budget does not include any new tax increases. And with that, I'll let you hold your public hearing.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open the hearing. Would anybody from the public like to speak on this at this time?
Now, from what Teresa just said, there's going to be another hearing, but the ordinances only require one hearing. This wasn't a hearing. This was a fake hearing by a fake city council based on a fake budget given to us by our financial staff and our city manager. And by the way, this hearing was supposed to be the first thing on the agenda tonight. And I don't even know what time it is now. But basically, what the staff has been doing and what you've been doing is filibustering, so that what I'm about to say wouldn't get out very broadly to the public. But I emailed what I'm about to say to Karen Antonucci of the Times Call, in hopes that she would get it right and report it in tomorrow's paper. And this has to do with what Teresa just brought up at the last minute. I think this is what she was trying to explain, but she didn't explain it right. Yes, if you look at the fund statements, the budget is all a bunch of fund statements. And they show the 2015 budget. But they show the budget that was adopted a year ago. And since that time, the city added to the budget $124.7 million in these additional appropriations that the city council does. But by just showing the original amount in all of these fund statements, $124.7 million has gone missing. Harold Dominguez is not telling us how it was spent, if it was spent, and he's not telling us how it will be spent, if it will be spent. There's $124.7 million that have gone missing, and anybody with half a brain could have looked at this budget and seen that. And the city council has all had this budget for a month, and nobody has brought that up. Earlier, Councilmember Bagley was going on and on. That's part of the reason this meeting, all these meetings tend to last so long. And he was saying, well, gee, you shouldn't think I'm corrupt because I'm not making very much money doing this. And if anybody calls me up, I'll talk to them. If I can't call you up, I'll wait.
Your 3 minutes is up.
I called you up because you don't know anything. You're too ignorant.
Hey, your 3 minutes are up. You're done. Is there anybody else from the public who'd like to speak at this time?
That was worth staying till 11 for.
Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing.
I'm in good company, Jim. Dale, good company. We'll be sellies together.
Okay. We've got one more item.
Last item is your, it's not the health care. It's the city manager, city attorney compensation review.
You should have stayed for this. Yeah, you did.
Okay. Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Just briefly, I guess I was asked to do it. So we had the opportunity to, Mr. Thompson should have stuck around for this. We had the opportunity to meet as a council and discuss the opportunity, first of all, the performances of Mr. May and Mr. Dominguez over the last year. And we didn't make a decision, but we had a discussion. And in thinking it over, I would like to propose that we actually award them both a slight increase. Mr. Dominguez would require a 5% to get to market. I don't propose that because he'd probably give it all away. So I would to the city staff, but I would propose that I move that we actually offer City Manager Harold Dominguez a 3.5% increase in his pay.
Second. All right. Let's vote on that motion. Hey, that passes 7-0.
And then also, likewise, Mr. May was asked specifically of him, what did he expect? He doesn't expect anything, but I believe we're unanimous in feeling that you've done a great job. And I actually moved that we'd extend a 2.5% increase for Mr. May.
Second.
All right. It's been moved second. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously, 7-0. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Not to go into what we discussed in executive session regarding these two individuals. However, thank you for the job that you have done. And I believe that everyone is an honorable person. And sometimes we get the unfortunate of being called dishonest. With this one individual, apparently it seems with whether it's the past city manager or the past city attorney, so you guys are, I guess, in good company, that you're not very well thought of by this one individual. However, apparently you're well thought of by the members of council and your peers within the organization, because I have not heard anything in the negative regarding either one of you. I appreciate the counsel that you give me and other members of council, and although we may not agree all the time, it provides not only a different perspective that maybe one of the seven of us didn't see, but you're giving us sound advice, and it's greatly appreciated. And regardless of what that individual says, thank you very much, because I know that you both work very hard. Your families sometimes, both your families sometimes suffer, and I just hope that you, when time allows, that you take some time with your families and not only continue to enjoy your job here at the city, but enjoy your lives.
Now it's time for final call. Public invited to be heard. Is there anybody from the public who'd like to speak at this time? Seeing no one, I'll close final call public. So now it's time for mayor and council comments. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Where's the youth council? Are they coming to challenge us regarding the?
I haven't heard many meetings.
I throw down the challenge to the youth council for the food drive.
Here's the Hunger Free Colorado pen.
I appreciate that. Mic drop. I challenged the youth council regarding the food drive, the Halloween food drive. I know we're not in October yet, but I go ahead and throw down the challenge. We're going to get spanked, but
we won last year.
We won last year?
Yeah, we did for the first time ever.
We won a second time when Councilmember McCoy was here. He left the. So apparently council's won twice. So let's make it 2 in a row. And again, Councilmember Moore, if you wouldn't mind getting that to the youth council, I throw down the gauntlet to the youth council. Exactly. Thank you.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. It came to my attention that my business of the week this week should be a business that is suffering because of the street improvements on Main Street. Antonio's, a Taste of Mexico, that is located, it's just south of 3rd Avenue there. because of all of the construction on Main Street, has suffered a lack of business, and it's really good food, and we should all just walk over there and get something to eat. Of course, they're not open now, but if they were, we should. And everyone else should as well when they're open. Antonio's A Taste of Mexico, just on Main Street, south of 3rd Avenue.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank our staff again for all the great work we've been doing on various projects, and actually I want to say good luck to Jeff Moore again for the run for CML board. I also want to acknowledge that we had a really good Inclusive Communities celebration at the museum, first time out there. Some amazing performances. Mayor Coombs and I, there was like great entertainment. I mean, it was more than worth the free admission. But I think that so many great groups. In fact, the finale of having the lion dancers come was very loud, but fantastic to see them doing that on the stage. So congratulations to the Multicultural Steering Committee for that great event. And I think we have Day of the Dead opening coming up very soon, too. And also congratulate the Senior Center on successful open house this past weekend.
Okay. City Manager, any comments?
Mayor, Council, I just wanted to thank you. I've enjoyed working with each and every one of you, and it's an honor serving the residents of Longmont. Look forward to coming to work every day, and it's fun and exciting. I also did want to say that when it comes to the staff in our organization and the work that they do, I never have any doubt that their best interest is not in representing our community and the residents of our community. Folks may disagree with us, but the reality is that's what they're focused on. And specifically what I wanted to say is we talk about the culture attributes that we're bringing out in the organization, and we're profiling someone for honesty. The individual that we actually profiled was Jim Golden, and how he looks at this, and he holds the entire organization to the highest standard. And so what people say about me, they say about me, but what they say about the folks that work in this organization is something different. And I just wanted you to know that he can tell you exactly where every one of those dollars went, and the new financial system has actually made it extremely easy to print those reports out, and we're still going through that. But I wanted to take that opportunity to say that. And the same with Dell, and when they work through all of these projects. Their sole mission is to do the very best that they can for the organization. Thank you.
City Attorney, any comments?
Mayor and Council, I also wanted to express my appreciation for Council's support of me and my office. I do want to put a shout out to my staff. They help me look good for you guys. I've got an incredible staff. We've got a new attorney, Teresa, who's looking like a great addition to the office, and we look forward to supporting you and the city.
All right. I guess this meeting is adjourned.
There's no guessing about it.